Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new live stream. And yeah, we're gonna start Walking Dead Telltale. It does look like I have to change the category by myself, which is annoying, but whatever. Is there not a category for Definitive Edition? Whatever. That's kind of annoying. Anyway, whatever, we're back. So, actually I should check audio, because it's been fucked recently, hasn't it? Okay, we're good. Either way, alright, yeah. So we're gonna start Walking Dead Telltale. Obviously we got Survivor, which, I mean, wasn't the greatest episode. Really, I feel like BB Can is so much more interesting to talk about. So yeah. Survivor's got delayed, did it? I didn't even know it was coming out anytime soon, to be honest. I thought it was, like, I was thinking it was probably, like, end of the year. I didn't know it was, anytime soon. Yeah. Did you hear about Ralph's death? Yes, I have. And, obviously very sad. Ralph is someone that I think, like, just the timing did not work out right for him to be, like, a second-time player. Because I always felt like Ralph was someone that, like, could have potentially, come back to Survivor. Especially had him like, was he, if he was on like season 18 or 19, or and they had like Heroes Just Villains immediately afterwards, like I feel like Ralph could have been one of those people that came back, but because he was on like 22, next season was that return, like a lot of returnees at least, was Kara Moen, then after that was Second Chance, like there wasn't really a spot. But yeah, obviously very sad to hear about Ralph. Really a lot. It feels like the Survivor deaths are coming a lot more often now, which I guess is to be expected of the show having more people, and then obviously like more time has gone on. But yeah, definitely sad to hear that. I should have checked if this game installed properly, by the way. I just realized I didn't do that. Hopefully everything works. Okay, this is kind of a weird menu. Whatever. The plan is to play everything. Initially I was just going to do season 1, but I'm kind of behind on writing scripts, so we're going to do everything. Why not? So yeah, let's do season 1. Yeah, gummy bears. That's a thing. I can't believe, like, it's so funny. I remember like last stream, at the end of last stream, we were talking about how like, oh, Kevin's game's in a lot of danger, and then like literally the next morning I wake up and I see a whole bunch of people posting about gummy bears. It's fucking Gino getting nominated. It's like, what the fuck? But yeah, Survivor UK is rumored to be coming back. That is a thing that supposedly they are working out a deal that's in the final stages to bring Survivor UK back, which will more than likely be for next year. Considering they obviously haven't even started like casting process or anything, so I very much doubt it will be this year. But still, very interesting. Interesting to see if that comes to be. I faked you. Yeah, that was a great line. I mean, really, Ralph is such a great character on Redemption Island. Again, not good at the game, but still really likable figure there. Had a lot of really funny moments. Okay, so yeah, we're going to start episode 1. We'll probably do episode 1 and 2 today, maybe 3. We'll see how long it takes. But yeah, I mean, this is insane. I really can't believe BB Can here. And it really opens up this end game. I mean, really coming into, I mean, Gino's should have been gone for so long now. Like the fact that Gino's like skated on by for as long as he has. They changed this menu, didn't it? I don't think it was red before, or this title screen. But anyway, yeah, the fact that Gino's still in the game is like surprising in its own right. But again, for him to actually be taken out now, essentially by gummy bears, is just hilarious. And like gummy bears that like, again, he wasn't even supposed to be part of the original draw. He gets asked, on, do you want to be part of it? And he was like, sure. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Mind you, like, I get his predicament. Like, the thing is, like, at the end of the day, it's like, this was obviously like a test for Marty anyway. Like, this is essentially like Marty saying,
well, I reckon you
like,
can do it then.
Prove your loyalty to us, essentially. Like, because it's like, while Gino could have said, okay, let's actually pause this real quick. All right, but while Gino could have said yes, or could have said like no to putting his name in, I do think that would have harmed his relationship with Marty. Like, while, like, I don't think Marty would have gone back on him saying that. Like, I don't think he would have put him in the draw at that point. I do think it would have harmed his relationship with Marty. But it's like, also, who fucking cares at this point? It's like Marty's more than likely going home during a triple eviction anyway. And he has no power. Like, he can't win HOH. And at that point, you're at the final 5. If you end up surviving with Marty, Marty can win final 5 HOH, and at that point, like, HOH isn't super, super powerful anyway. Like, yeah. It's bad. It's really bad. Was he fan favorite in Redemption 9? No, Rob was number 1. Matt was number 2. I would assume Ralph was, like, kind of high, but, yeah, definitely did not end up being the fan favorite there. What I think of this episode of Survivor, I thought it was very mediocre. I think potentially worst episode of the season. Maybe episode 2, but like, I mean, I think this was pretty mediocre. I really got almost nothing from this episode. Yeah. Chanel boot, kind of obvious. Really, I mean, like, right away. I mean, like, really, if you pay attention to how Survivor edits their episodes, like, very fucking obvious. Chanel was going home. Like, they have her at the very beginning of the episode to kind of, like, set her up as a potential boot. But then she kind of disappears until, like, she is, like, the initial plan right after the challenge. And then immediately after that, like, she kind of disappears while they have Romeo's thing goes on. It's like, again, clearly Chanel's going home. Like, I mean, I just thought it was so fucking obvious. But yeah. Does Gino know that he's leaving? Not really, but I mean, like, he's kind of like half and half.
Does it really matter?
Where, like, he kind of knows, where, like, last night, right, it was JC was talking to Helena, and Helena essentially told JC that if Kevin flips, then I have the flip too, which, like, got her super paranoid. Then she went to Gino, and Gino went to Marty, and it's like they're all, like, kind of freaking out. But, again, they don't know, like, 100% for sure that, oh, yeah, I am going home. But it's definitely in their minds right now. Yes, Survivor Challenge All-Stars. Season 3 stuff came out today. So that was something. Promo looks fine. I find it really dumb that they're really, like, promoting this as was it all finalists, which is, like, not even true. Like, it says all finalists, but, like, Naya is not a finalist, right? Like, I'm not, like, misremembering this, but Naya's never been to a final, right? And even then, it's even, like, more ridiculous because, like, we're including people like Letarian and who else is there? Like, other people that, like, only went to a final, like, in these seasons that had, like, non-eliminations, like, that had no eliminations. So it's like, it's just dumb. Like, I don't get why they're promoting it this way. But whatever, it's fine. Got the Lego Star Wars. It's fun. Well, good. Yeah, I intend on playing it at some point. I'll be honest. I don't like these. Like, I don't like the graphical changes.
Regardless.
From this definitive edition. Looks off, but whatever. Yeah, the fake blood thing was fun. I did like that. Because, like, again, it caught me off guard. Like, I did not expect that when she, like, dunks her hand in, it was, like, all this fake blood. I thought that was a fun moment. Marianne, the first Marianne confessional was great for her edit. Which one are we talking about? Like, really, overall, this episode was a great episode for Marianne. Right, I actually moved Marianne up to number 2. So essentially, what my thoughts are on the season. I still think Mike is the top contender. I thought this was overall a good episode for Mike. We got again, that scene with Omer was a good moment for him. Also, he gets his way. Mind you, like, I think from a real life scenario, like, this seemed, like, kind of petty. Like, I don't know. Like, it didn't seem like Chanel was even, like, targeting Mike or anything, so I don't know how much, like, it really gains him in-game. But from an edit perspective, I think it was overall a really, really good episode for Mike. Number 2 for me is Marianne at this point. And really, for me, those are my top 2 contenders right now. I think it's Marianne or Mike. I think Mike has the more traditional winner at it. However, Marianne's, like, kind of getting, like, ever since the merge, like, last episode, I thought was also, like, a pretty good episode for her. But, like, here, like, we were, like, fully seeing her reasoning for was it the negotiation and everything, her talking about she's going to use like her emotions as a weapon, and I think it was good content. I think it was really good content. And again, I think like when it comes to the OTT-ness of Marianne, it's like I don't know how you portray her any other way. It's Marianne. It's like I think you have to edit her in like an OTT way, so I don't really fault her edit for being like too over the top early on. But yeah, Omar's 3 still. I think this was a good episode for Omar also. I just think like there's still, I guess, the edit's like kind of too good. To where like I just don't think they would make it that obvious in recent Survivor. And yeah, I mean after that, like Jonathan dropped down to 4, and based on what we saw from next episode, I'm expecting Jonathan to probably continue to go down. But yeah, he's 4. Drea and High stayed the same. Drea at 5. Technically, Drea's probably like a little bit higher. But again, like I think she's like, this is the thing. Does Drea get blindsided of all these advantages? I think that would be hilarious. Like I would love that to happen. That she like now I believe has the most advantages any Survivor player has ever had at one time. Where she has 4. She has Amulet, Extra Vote, Idol, Knowledge is Power. It's like that's insane. But I just don't see like the winning edit there, where like her entire storyline is based around these advantages, and I feel like that's like an indicator to me that I think she's going to be taken out with these advantages. Like I don't think she's ever going to get the chance to play these, but we'll see. High is 6. I thought this was another mediocre episode for High. Still continues like he was shown to not get his way here.
Are you all right? I'm still cut back here.
Yeah. Then what? Tori moved up. I had Tori at the very bottom last time, I think. Right? Yeah, I had her at the bottom. So yeah, I moved her up mainly because like she had a competent episode here, and really none of the bottom 4 are winning at all to me. So it's like whatever. I'll move her up. Lindsay went down a spot just because like Lindsay is like there's nothing there. There's really nothing there at this point. I think for a while it's like you could have. I do love that there's no lag though in this game, because there usually is in the old versions, but whatever. But yeah, like I don't think there's much there. Roxroy stayed at number 9. Yeah, got no content this episode outside of him talking with Mike. I'm not expecting Rox to make it much further here, and then Romeo's at the bottom because I thought this was just a really terrible episode for him. What am I doing here? Oh, I have to move closer to it, right? And considering I've played this game like, I don't know, 10 to 15 times, possibly more for all I know, like I should definitely know this game much better. But yeah. Yeah, rest in peace, Ralph. I probably should scroll back and chat. Is Kevin an all-star? Yeah, obviously. I think he's... I mean, to be fair, if he ends up winning this season, I don't know how likely it is to see him play again. But, like, I mean, if he doesn't win, then I think he's, like, a guaranteed person to more than likely come back. Did Omar's chances go up after this episode? Again, not really. I mean, like, to be fair, yes. Realistically, yes. But I don't really see it, though. Yeah, great episode from Mike. Yeah, it wasn't a great episode. I'm still interested in seeing how this game plays out, though. I do worry that because next episode's going to be the double boot, that I worry that's going to, like, we're going to kind of skip over what could have been some interesting rounds. Or, like, I mean, like, if we lose, like, what, Tori and, who else is on the bottom again? Chanel left. So it's what, Tori, Romeo, and Marianne, right? So yeah, like if we end up like losing 2 of those 3, then like I think for sure the very next episode will be like, it'll be when the majority breaks up. So at least there'll be that. But I also kind of worry that like we're gonna miss out on like what could have been some like really interesting rounds. Where like for all we know, like maybe like High was about to be blindsided, and like we're not gonna end up seeing that because of the split. But no, we'll see.
Get away from me!
Kitty Gallagher was on the challenge podcast. Why? Wait, what do I need again? This. Why is this still laggy? Okay, this section's still laggy. Oh, I'm about to die, aren't I? Maybe not. Yeah, Jonathan went down. I had Jonathan number 2 after last episode. He went down to number 4. And again, like based on how the preview looked, at least it did seem like he's going to be getting some negative content next episode. Why is the cursor still there or whatever? So I'm expecting him to drop even further, but we'll see. This is Kevin's only chance to win. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's not doing well if he returns. I mean, he's never going to have another, like, true shot ever again.
Help! Go get someone!
Oh, you can actually see Clementine. Holy shit. Because I believe in the original version, like, you can barely, like, tell who that is. Yeah, like, I don't think Kevin... Kevin's, like, the type of person that, like, would... Okay, why is this... But he's, like, kind of like the Rob Cesternino or so, where definitely gonna have a big target on a return now that everyone knows their game. 18 eggs got mentioned. Yeah, like they're spending a lot of time on Jonathan. I feel like the audio is a bit too low. Is it? Nah, whatever. Yeah, like they're spending a lot of time on Jonathan talking about how many calories he eats, which is really weird. Like that's pretty much his only content this episode. Outside of, like, Mike talking about him being, like, the brawn and everything. So, yeah, not really good episode. Does Paris want to come back? I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen much of Paris in recent years. To where, like, I wouldn't be surprised if she does want to come back. What is up with the cursor in this game? I love when we just started this. I'm really, like, complaining about a lot of, like, little glitches or whatever. Marianne's gonna cry so hard when Drea steals her. Actually, is that what's gonna happen? I didn't realize that. Like, maybe that is what's gonna happen. Because, like, we did see that, like, Marianne Drea fight. That'll be funny if that, like, all leads up to, Drea stealing Marianne's idol. I wonder when is she gonna play it, though? Because, like, I thought she would just play it now. But then again, like, it can harm, especially if, like, Marianne isn't going home or something. Like, it can harm your relationship with them. So, like, I get why she didn't. But, like, I was expecting it to be played this episode. But I guess not. Yeah, Marty was calling Dane Dan. That was something. Does Marty know who Dane is? I mean, like, he has to, right? Because, like, he knows who Kevin Martin is. He knows who, like, a lot of these other people are. Like, he at least knew who Jillian was, even though he didn't actually like Jillian. But, like, so, I mean, like, I'm assuming, and, like, he is a fan. So it's like, I'm assuming he knows who Dane is. But game audio is a bit loud. Yeah, I thought so. Is there not? Okay, wait, not controls. Wait, I just realized was that a PS5 controller? Was that a whatever? Where's audio? Okay, the menus are so slow. What the fuck? Let's go 7, I guess, for now. One Marty say that he hates Jillian. I think that would have been funny. Because, you know, like, he says that, oh, Jillian's one of my favorite players. It's like, I'm pretty sure she's not.
Hello? There's something going on.
As of right now, where's the 42 cast rank on the cast ranking? I don't fully know. I'll be honest, like, I don't know how much I'm actually liking 42 as a whole. Like, I know everyone's, like, really high on 42, but, like, I just don't get it yet. Like, I feel like this is a season that is excelled by how much the editing is excelling the cast. Where, like, I feel like the edit is very strong. Like, the edit is spending the time to really highlight the cast. But as a whole, like, I'm not really liking the season, like, in terms of, like, the overall gameplay of the season has not been that interesting to me. Like I see a lot of, like, complaints of, like, 41, like, all the complaints about 41. It's like, and I agree with a lot of it, but, like, I feel like overall I liked 41 so much more than I like 42. And again, my opinion of 41 has gone down over time, largely because of how much the twist and everything played a major factor on the season. But, like, I feel like I actually, like, enjoyed, like, the round by round gameplay of 41 a lot more. where they're really outside the Jenny round this season. No round's like been that interesting. And like the Lydia round was okay, but like everything else just been kind of meh to me. So like I don't know how much I'm actually liking this season, but and also like even just from a cast standpoint, I don't even know if I like this cast any more than I like 41's. Again, I just think it's a situation where like I just feel like the editing is better more so than the actual cast is better. Where actually I think if I run through person by person, I actually think probably this cast is probably worse to me than 41's. Like I feel like I like the individual people within 41 and what they brought to the show more than what I like from 42. It's just that again they're being shown more on 42. Like at this point, like Heather was still a non-entity on the show, while at least here it's like the person that has the least amount of content is Lindsay, and she still has like 10 confessionals. So I don't know. It's kind of like one of these situations where I think it's like I respect, like when I talk about like I talk a lot about this in games and stuff, where like there's games that I respect more than I actually like, and I feel like 42 is kind of a situation with that in Survivor, where like I feel like I respect what they're doing with this season more than 41, but I feel like I actually do like 41 more. I bet Marty would have said Nick and Phil are two of his favorite players. Yeah, I mean, I think he would have said that about anyone. Right? Who's he gotten it from right now? He's gotten it from what? From Jillian, from Kevin, and then now Dane, right? Actually, it's funny that like all the people that he's gotten messages from are all the people that are like really big in the comps.
I've got to get back to the hospital. Please let me know that you're safe.
Why do I like Liana? I don't necessarily like Liana. I just think she like was a fun character on the show. Not a likable character, but I did like what she brought to the show. Audition for a double next week. I feel like Tori's going out whenever she doesn't win immunity. I think that's for sure. Outside that, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, we don't know the splits yet. Probably by next time I stream. Well, if whenever I stream on Sunday, I'm sure we'll have press photos, so we'll probably know the groups. So I think we'll be able to talk about it a bit more. But yeah, as of right now, obviously we don't really know who's being split up with who. Let's see. 41 and 42. I think Brains vs. Brawn.
I'm sorry.
Like, I mean, I think Brains vs. Brawn at this point is probably actually my favorite of those seasons.
Are you okay?
It's kind of weird, like, where, like, my opinion of 41 has gone down by a lot since I, like, last did some sort of ranking on it. And, like, Brains vs. Brawn has, like, pretty much stayed the same. But I do feel like 41's probably below it at this point. I don't know. It's kind of close. I think it is actually probably pretty close.
And you're all alone?
Yes. I don't know where
if Marty gets BB... Yeah, what are we going to do with BB Can 8? Or are they just not going to do it?
7.
Like, are they just going to skip to 9? Because we only have 2 weeks left. So next week will be the final 5.
What's your name?
And then... Yeah, maybe they just don't have one for the final 4?
I'm Lee.
Because what, final 4...
Where are your parents?
They're probably going to have the awards, right?
I think, where the boats are.
That will take up some time. So maybe they won't have Wendy's that week.
Are you safe?
I'm outside of my treehouse.
So maybe they just won't bother with BB Can 8.
That's smart.
See?
Prediction for a triple. That's a bit more interesting. I think Marty and Jace are the clear people to go home. Where, like, it's 100%. Like, if pretty much anybody but Jace wins HOH, Marty and Jace are going to be 2 of those nominees, and they're more than likely going home if they don't win the veto. The thing is, though, like, I think Marty is very likely to win the veto. Where I debated, like, on the stock watch, should I just go all in on Marty? Should I just say fuck it and just go all in on Marty with the hope that he, like, survives the triple? Because I'm too fair. I'm, like, kind of dead in the stock watch anyway, ever since I, like, lost all my money to Kyle. So it's like, I feel like maybe I should just take the risk and go all in on on Marty. Because like if Marty wins the veto, like he's in a pretty good spot. I mean, he only needs to win. What? Has 2 chances to save himself at 5. Will potentially have 2 chances to save himself at 4, and then final HOH. So like he would be relatively close to winning out. And like based on how the jury is talking, it seems like Marty is like for sure getting Herman and Moose's votes. Now I do think he's doing bad work in terms of maintaining people in that, like the votes of people in the house. But like Marty is definitely someone that can still win.
Yeah.
But again, if he doesn't win veto, he's gone, like 100% gone. Like he has no chance. And to be honest, even if JC wins, she might still nominate Marty, and he might still go home. Like he 100% needs veto tomorrow.
Oh.
Look, I don't know.
But yeah, so if
I'll look after you.
like essentially most people are going to nominate Marty and Jace. If one wins veto, then obviously the replacement is determined on. What should I pick here? What's the difference again? It's like who, like the, like, you get like the chubby guy helping you if you go in the day, right? But then if you go at night, you get the cop. Let's go at night, I guess.
Help before it gets dark.
Oh, did I pick the wrong one? Oh no.
Nice.
Whatever, fine. Whatever, we'll keep it. I'm a fucking idiot. I literally just picked the wrong one.
Stay close to me.
I see that. Yeah, that is interesting. That Moose and again, when we're talking about Moose too, I think we can assume that it's also like kind of what Herman is thinking too, because I feel like it's pretty obvious that like Moose has been in the jury house by the time he did those interviews, because the interviews didn't happen until Tuesday, and again, there's no way that they kept him sequestered for like 4 days just to like keep him from doing interviews. I'm pretty sure in previous seasons, I forgot. I think it was with who was it? But anyway, they did a similar thing last season, I believe. So I feel like 100%, like what Moose is thinking is very similar to what Herman is thinking. And again, not great that Josh is like the least likely to get their votes. Mind you, I don't think he's dead in the water though. Again, at the end of the day, these are only 2 votes, and also like a lot of that also stemmed from the fact that they were like that Moose was upset that he hasn't won a competition yet, which I think like Josh is in a pretty good spot to win some competitions moving forward. So that can definitely change. So I don't think Josh is out of it yet, but it is interesting that he's not like the number 1 clear choice, like you would assume he would be. But yeah, Josh could definitely. And really, everyone can go home tomorrow, realistically. Like, no one is 100% safe. Where, again, Marty and Jace are the most likely. But, like, again, one of them wins veto. Like, there's so many other potential options. Like, Summer is someone that could very likely go home. Like, if Kevin, Helena... actually, I don't know. Are they... I forgot, actually. They might have switched to Betty. I know they were debating between Betty or Summer. I actually think maybe they would go for Betty because of the Josh connection.
Sean Green.
And I know they were talking to Josh, I think it was yesterday, to try to make him, like, to guarantee that he's going to go after Betty at Final 5. So maybe they would go for Betty. Maybe. And then, like, Summer, someone that could still go. Josh. Actually, is Josh relatively safe? Josh can go home if JC wins HOH. I think that's Josh's biggest danger. But I think if anyone else, Josh is actually relatively safe. Actually, I probably shouldn't have lied there. Actually, you know what? Let's just restart this entire scene. Not that it actually really matters, but I want to be honest to Herschel. What happens if Jace wins HOH and Marty wins veto? Then Josh is a goner, I think, at that point. The question is Jace so pissed at Kevin and Helena that she goes after them? Or is she going for the people that she knows? Actually, I don't know, because Jace actually thinks that she has Summer and Betty right now, right? Which she's wrong on, because like Kevin and Helena have turned them back against Jace. But Jace is under the impression right now that Betty and Summer are coming after Kevin and Helena, which is not true. So maybe Jace would go after Kevin and Helena. Or Helena, god damn it, whatever. But yeah, like that's definitely a possibility there. To which,
Mom like this, right?
do Kevin and Helena both go home?
It's hot dish night.
It could happen. I don't think it's super likely, but it definitely could happen. Like if they're both on the block, let's say Jace wins HOH, she puts up Josh, Kevin, Helena.
What?
I guess it doesn't matter who wins veto. Let's say those are the three that are on the block.
What if my parents come home?
Like Betty and Summer could vote to save Josh, and then at that point, that's enough, right? I wasn't. Fuck. Yeah, I mean they could both go home if Jace wins HOH. So, yeah, I mean tomorrow's gonna be interesting. Tomorrow's gonna be really interesting. Again, I have debated over like maybe streaming tomorrow night real quick after the triple eviction. But again, don't lock me in on that. But we'll see. A lot of voting blocks this season. Kind of. I mean, like some of those aren't super accurate though. I mean, really, like mainly the Betty Summer one. Like Betty and Summer are not really a voting block at this point. To where, like again, like Betty still doesn't trust Summer. Due to the other week with the campaign. And also, even Moose and Herman like didn't fully trust each other because like Moose was coming after Herman early in the game.
It should be safer there.
I'm not a dad.
But yeah, I mean, close enough. Could Drea go home from Do or Die? I mean, anyone can go home from Do or Die. I don't know why Drea would. Wait. Fuck. God damn it.
Yeah, a good Samaritan.
All right, whatever. That's actually fine. But yeah, like I think, anyone could go home from Do or Die. But I think Drea is actually one of the least likely, right? Because like, why would she even do Do or Die? Like when she has potentially two idols and she has extra vote, whatever. Like she has all this stuff. Like why does she need to do or Die? And like considering the fact that she literally just sat out of the reward challenge, makes it seem like she's not like someone that's like, oh, I need to compete and that sort of thing. So it's like I don't know why she would do or Die, but you know, should make a Discord again. I probably should. The problem is that I'm probably not going to bother managing it, which at that point is like, what's the point? And I feel like at that point it just like opens it up for bigger issues there. Surprised Amulet Holder hasn't gone yet. Yeah, a bit of a surprise. I mean, it wasn't even mentioned this episode, right? Outside of Drea saying she has the amulet. Yeah, definitely thought that would play a factor here, but it seems like they're keeping each other safe for now. Only one who think that this will bite Kevin and Helena in the butt. I mean, statistically, no. Like, statistically, only Jace is going to potentially target Kevin and Helena. Where, like, everyone else is keeping them safe. Unless there's a situation where, like, Marty wins a veto, and even at that point, like, only one of the two potentially would go home. But it's like, no matter what, the triple is such a big, like, danger spot for pretty much everybody that 100% this is the right move. Like, there's no doubt that this is the right move. You gotta get rid of Gino. You gotta get rid of a person who is a big competition threat, who also has a showmance, who is also the biggest jury threat on the board. Like, there's no reason to not get rid of Gino right now. Like, even if it doesn't end up working out for him, even if they end up being the two boots tomorrow, this is the right move. There's no other move to make right now than get rid of Gino. I do think there is an argument to split their votes. I think that is the thing that maybe they could do. Where I think it probably would be better if Helena does vote to vote out who's the other person? Vote out Josh, and Kevin votes out Gino. But then at that point you're banking on Summer, who like, what if Summer doesn't actually, like, what if Summer like for some fucking reason flips? And at that point that like that kind of fucks you over.
Okay then.
So it's a precarious spot either way. But 100% the move is to get rid of Gino. You have to. If not, you're literally getting into the end game with both Gino and Marty, two massive physical threats, two people who are also the most likely to win a jury vote at this point. And also Jace, who is also a person that can win competitions and is also seemingly one of the bigger jury
have a
threats
look.
as well.
Yeah.
Again, you
This
can't
is
keep them all in the
slower than
game
hell.
at the final 8.
Could be worse.
That's what it sounds like. Seems like things got awful bad.
And the thing is, though, that Betty, Josh,
What
and
did you say his
Summer,
name
like,
was?
Josh isn't part of Betty and Summer. Like, they think he is, but Josh is much more loyal to
Nice to
Kevin.
meet you, Lee. I'm Herschel
Like,
Green.
Kevin has Josh wrapped around his finger. And it's pretty humorous that, like,
How'd
people
this
don't
happen?
see that within the game, considering how obvious it is from the offset.
I fell. Trying to
I should have said
get
car
those
accident.
legs.
That's so. What type of danger has the girl seen?
Wait, let's see.
The cat was
Plenty?
a lot of. She had a few lonely days with nothing but the dead keeping her company.
I mean, that's the thing is that, like, Josh is close to Betty. However, he has already agreed to take out Betty the next round, which I don't think he'll fully go with. Like, I think he will go with Summer, take out Summer instead of Betty.
I didn't catch your name, darling.
But I mean, I think he is 100% loyal to Kevin. Like, he said it in the episodes. He said it in the DR that his person is Kevin, and also just from how he acts on the show, it's like, or on the feeds. I mean, it's like I think it's Kevin. Like, I don't think he is loyal to anybody else there.
Necessary.
Do I enjoy Wheel of Fortune? I haven't watched it in forever.
Heard on the radio.
It's fine. I mean, like, it's a fine for, like, that type of game show, but, like, not really my favorite show in the world.
Your
sounds right.
You're gonna want to fortify this place.
Stuff
I
like
fucked
that
up,
doesn't
too,
happen
because he
around
doesn't
here,
believe
Sean.
you, right?
Dad, I'm serious.
Yeah, because he doesn't believe you if you
Come
go
on.
in the
Tell him
daytime. You have to go
saw
at
it
night.
there, man.
Because if you go at night, then he sees that the guy died, and then
I got chased by a couple of dead people.
Well,
let's
do what you
see.
think.
After
you
this
should.
episode, Mike and High feel like talking. I don't think High is winning at all.
Lee and those folks
I think High's
out in the
dead
morning.
in the
We
edit
gotta
to
do
me.
it. Really?
Mike is for sure a top contender. I think he is the top contender.
Well, I'm all done here.
But High for me is like pretty much dead. I think last episode was the
Your leg gets knocked or the
end of
sun
his
goes down, you're probably
winner
dealing with
winner
it.
potential. Like, it's just like that episode just completely undermined him, and then also this episode was not great for him either. You know, like, shows him try to set up
Well,
this
clean
plan
up,
and fails at
redress,
it.
and You'll be fine.
Okay, that'd be proud.
There's blankets and such in the barn.
Let's
We'll be seeing you
see.
bright
Someone
and
told
early.
you thought Xander was a top 10 player or top 10 game.
Fort's making,
I mean,
suppose.
Obviously not. I have him literally like number 67 or something on my runner-up ranking. Obviously not a top 10 for me. Wheel of Fortune's always on after Survivor. Really? That's kind of weird. That's on after Survivor where you are. Because where at least on CBS and stuff like it, after Survivor is
Manure?
Beyond the Edge.
When a horse
That's
plops?
something.
Just like that.
Ranking all Survivor captains in terms of what, like ranking like the returning players, like the people that came back to like on like captain seasons. Is that what we're talking about?
Savannah?
Pretty far.
Thoughts on Challenge Final Five?
Okay.
We're talking about the Challenge CBS. I mean, like we kind of already talked about, right? I mean, like nothing is like only one person has gone home since the last time I streamed, I believe. Yeah, interesting group. Excited to see the season when it comes out. Who's after Mike? At this point, I think it's Marianne. To be honest, like at this point, I think the only three people I can realistically see the game are Mike, Omer, and Marianne. And Omer's edit to me is too perfect. It's again like in this like Sophie mold of it feels like a very much a decoy edit. Like I don't think it's a winning edit. Mike is still in contention. Like Mike has still like had those slivers of negativity that make it still feel like it's a modern winning edit. So for me, he's the clear number one. And then again, Marianne, like I can see Marianne coming out as like this person who has like that fits into the themes of the season. Where again, like we get at the beginning of the season, like her talking about she wants to prove that weirdos can win and you can win too. This episode she talks about how she's going to use emotions as a weapon, and like these feel like confessionals that are like
word is you were on your
theme
way to
based. Like, it
Macon.
feels like these could potentially be
Friendly for
themes
that.
for the season.
Well, Macon's on the way, and
So I
personally, I'd
feel like
appreciate
she's
the
been getting
company of
some
a
really
guy who
solid
can knock
content
a couple of heads
in the
together if
last
he
like
has
couple
to.
episodes, to where again I think she's a potential winner. But yeah, I think it's one of the three. It's Mike, Omer, and okay, I wasn't looking at the screen.
Honey,
Goddammit.
Duck,
This is
this is
actually
Ruth.
like it's kind of hard to play
What's the
Telltale game
girl's
while
name?
talking.
Clement.
But yeah, Mike, Omer, and Marianne are my top
Very
three.
pretty name.
Jonathan is like kind of
Well, we should
a
get to work. We've all seen what those
outside
things can do
chance,
out there,
but
so the faster we get this fence up,
I don't know. Jonathan's weird at it though. He has a weird at it. Like he is
Yeah.
getting
Well, I need a good foreman.
like so much
You can
content
send
around
my
his
tractor and
physical
yell at me whenever I
prowess.
take a water break.
But it's like I'm starting to think that at this point that's like kind of it. Like while he is being shown as like a social player at points,
I can keep
yeah, like with this episode, like pretty much his entire content was around his physicality and then him talking about how many calories he eats. And it's like I think we get the point. I don't know how much there is. But yeah, something I should talk about, like, where does Chanel land on the player ranking of the boots so far? Because that's something I did struggle with. Like, I think I have her number one out of the people booted so far, but like it's kind of tough because like I mean it's not like she played that well. Like she played pretty poorly. I mean she was a social pariah by the merge. Would have been a pretty easy target last round had it not been for Hourglass. This episode obviously like kind of the obvious boot. I mean I guess kind of Tori was looking like the boot had she not won immunity, but still Chanel's still on the outside there. And it's like she does impressive work early on where she's like in the middle of Daniel, but then like is the main reason why all that blows up in her giving up her vote. So like she may be number one. Like it's a debate between her and Jenny. Like where it's like Jenny's like the fourth boot of the season, technically third boot because Jackson got evacuated. But yeah, like is Jenny better? Like it's just kind of weird talk about someone that far back. Jonathan's similar to Emmett. Kind of. I think they're different. Like Emmett was kind of a douche though. I think like there's kind of a different where Jonathan isn't really shown as much of a douche. Like he's kind of being like a kind of this guy who's like a gentle giant for the most part. And like even then, like I mean Jonathan like. I mean, I guess he almost won this immunity, right? But I do think like Emmett is someone that is more naturally gifted in terms of like what immunity challenge, like individual immunity challenges typically are. Where like Jonathan is someone that is like very good at tribal immunities, but it doesn't seem like he's as good in individual immunities. Where he's like kind of in the James Clement sort of mold of, again, this person that is going to do very well early on in challenges, but may not have the like balance and everything needed to win a like endurance comp here. Ranking all the Survivor returning captains. I think the problem with that is that like it's a very lopsided thing. And like, are we ranking them based on the seasons that they were captains, or are we ranking them as a whole? Because like as a whole, then it's like, I mean, then like obviously like a Boston Rob's going to be number one, right? I mean, like, who do we got? We got Steph and Bobby John. We have Russell and Rob. We have Ozzy and Coach. We have Scoopin, Penner, and Russell Swan. And then we have the 38 people. But yeah, like Rob is like Boston Rob's like the clear number one. Who would be number two? Would it be Wentworth? It might be Wentworth. Yeah, I mean, it might be Wentworth. Is it Coach, though? I mean, like, I don't think Coach is the greatest player. I think like, if we're talking about, like, again, this is, like, I was talking about, like, as, like, the game, or as, like, them as a player. If we're talking about, like, the games they play in the individual seasons, then, yeah, it would be Rob and then Coach. And then... And to be honest, at that point, like, Steph or Wentworth, probably. I'd probably lean Wentworth. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'll go Steph. I'll probably go Steph, and then yeah, it's Rob and Coach, and then a massive gap. Like it's pretty, like it's a pretty big gap. But yeah, like it's probably Steph, and then Wentworth, and then probably like I don't know. Is it David? Maybe Bobby John? I mean, yeah, it's a massive gap even after those two. I mean, like, Ozzy is, like, very... I mean, like, but then again, like, to be fair, Ozzy almost won. So, I mean, I guess, like, Russell would probably be at the bottom. Or maybe Aubrey. Aubrey or Russell. Which one? What are we discussing? We're ranking all of the Survivor players that have returned as, like, captains for their seasons. So, like, the returnees on, like, seasons where there's only, like, 2 returnees. Oh, I completely forgot about Scoopin. God damn it. Yeah, I forgot about Scoopin and Penner in this list. Which, again, like, where's Scoopin land? Like, is Scoopin... I think I had Steph above Scoopin, right? So, like, I think that'll probably be there. I probably have Wentworth still above Scoopin, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think at that point it becomes, like, really weird. But, yeah, like, Rob's 1, Coach is 2. Like, that's the obvious. Yeah, I think Russell's at the bottom. Like, Russell or Aubrey or Joe. I think those are 3 that are... Or Swan. Actually, Swan. Russell Swan. Then Russell Swan at least survived, like, what, 4 tribals? Or 3 tribals? So, like, while he didn't really play the best, like, at least he, like, got a decent way through.
Clementine was just telling me about
where, like, Aubrey gets voted out the first opportunity, Russell gets voted out the first opportunity, Joe gets voted out the first opportunity. So, like, at least, like, Russell survives some rounds.
Anyway,
Russell Swan.
It's almost like we didn't see people eating each other for the past 3 days.
Jonathan has returnee written all over him? Yeah, for sure. Jonathan might be the biggest lock for a return from this season. Yeah, probably. Where, like, last season it felt like, again, Shan, maybe Ricard. I think this season's, like, I think it's probably, like, 100% Jonathan.
More with dogs and cats and not horses.
Better player, Wentworth, or coach? I think Wentworth. I would have more faith in Wentworth on any given season than I would Coach. I think Coach was able to play a better individual game than Wentworth has ever played on South Pacific, but I think that's a very abnormal game. I don't think that's the type of game that coaches can be able to play on most given seasons. Top 10 pre-merge tribal councils, that's on my list of videos. Definitely would be fun.
How did you handle getting through the city?
We just drove. We passed so many people that needed help, and
no, again, like, Wentworth is, like, a better player than Coach. I mean, Coach has had one good game. His first game, like, he's, like, in a power position for a decent amount of it, but, like, he's kind of in a power position as, like, a GOAT, and is someone that has, like, no chance of actually winning a game, and even loses out on that power. Like, he loses that power position at the final 8, and is kind of just on the bottom from that point forward, with still no chance of actually winning the game. And then here's his villains. I mean, like, it's really bad. I mean, again, like, I don't like Wentworth's Cambodia game nearly as much as most other people. I actually think her Cambodia game's, like, kind of mediocre. But I do think her Edge of Extinction game is pretty strong. She is in the pre-merge in the majority for the entirety of it. Seems to be in a pretty solid position. With, like, alliances with, like, War Dog and Lauren, and having a relationship with David. Even post-merge is, like, she, was it, even though, like, that first round is very, very wonky, she's still, like, despite being, like, this massive threat, still able to skate on by. And still be within the majority group for a while. But again, she gets blindsided by War Dog, and still not great. Why was Coach a GOAT? Again, talking about Tocantins, because he was just hated by everybody. Except for, like, Tyson, but even then, like, Tyson didn't really respect Coach. And then, like, Debbie, same thing. Like, if Coach gets to the end in Tocantins, the only person I could see him possibly beating is Aaron. And even then, like, it's kind of close. And even then, like, he was trying to vote out Aaron. He did not want to go to the end with Aaron because he is this honorable player and would only go to the end against the best. But, like, even if he got to the end with Aaron, it's like Aaron for sure gets, like, Taj. Aaron for sure gets
Maybe.
What's her name? Sierra. Potentially gets Brendan.
Getting this fence built. Dad just wants to keep the family safe and thinks inviting people.
To be fair, Coach probably does get JT and Steven, which ends up winning him the game. But oh yeah, Coach could probably Sierra was also a massive goat in the game. But again, like all this is kind of like null and void because like Coach didn't want to go to the end of those people and actively wanted to get those people out. And the other people like Aaron and Sierra also did not want to go to the end of Coach and actively wanted to take him out. It's like whether or not he beats them is like kind of like not really that relevant anyway. But yeah, I mean, like again, he could potentially be Aaron. It's just that situation was never actually happening. I mean, I think there's potential for Sierra voting for Coach over. I mean, like, I think there's potential for Sierra not voting for Steven over almost anybody, but I feel like it's tough for Sierra to vote for Coach or Tyson. Like, I feel like that would have been, like, a tough thing for her to, like, actually go through with. Has anyone had that to the end with the best logic and ever won? Tina. Like, right away in Survivor history. Tina, Ethan. Mind you, Ethan failed at doing that, but he tried to. Let's see. Vesepia didn't. Heidick didn't. Jenna didn't. I don't know. I mean, I think those are two massive examples right away, though. Are Tina and Ethan. Where again, Ethan wanted to go to the end with Big Tom and Lex and failed at doing so, and because of that, he ends up winning pretty handily. But he would have lost against Lex. Would have had a tough road against Tom. I think he probably wins, but again, like it would have been tough. Sandra, did Sandra want to go to the end the best? I don't think that's ever really a thing, right?
Gas station and some guy grabbed my boy.
She wanted to go to the end with people not Russell the first time around, or in Here's His Villains. But again, even that was like early merge. By the end of the merge, she recognized that Russell's a massive goat, and I'm going to try to get to the end with him.
Ain't nothing gonna phase us.
Was Coach looked at as annoying? I think he was looked at as annoying. He was looked at as hypocritical. He was looked at as someone that was playing it up for the camera. Was also looked at as like a lunatic for like all these stories he was told. Like really, like Tocantins' coach was someone that just was not respected by most people, and like I think the only way he wins is going against someone that is like not respected for like kind of more game reasons, I guess, than like personal reasons.
Need any help?
No. I
think he loses for sure against JT, against Steven, against Taj, against Debbie or Tyson for sure. Which again are the people, like all those people outside of Taj are the people that he wanted to go to the end with.
At least you're honest. Shit, better than I was when Duck showed up. You'll figure.
I feel like Sandra's only good on paper. I don't even think Sandra's good on paper. I don't know. I mean, Sandra's good on paper in the sense that she won twice. I think that's the good part on paper. But like in terms of like Sandra's overall strategy and everything, I don't even think that's a good strategy. Like again, like everyone talks about like anybody but me. Like anybody but me is not a good strategy in Survivor. Anybody but me essentially means that you failed at having true agency in the game and you're in survival mode.
On foot. I headed south and hoofed it out of there.
How would Colton do on Philippines? Probably not well. I mean, like if we're saying Colton's on Philippines, he would have been there instead of Penner, because that was the initial plan was him instead of Penner, which means he's on the tribe with Jeff Kent and Carter. He's the first, like he's going home first time to go to tribal. No chance on that season.
Was brought up to, yes.
Where's your family now?
Yeah, and that's the, like Sandra doesn't even follow her anybody but me strategy, especially like in there's like points in Pro Islands where she does, but then there's also points where like she like during the Tawana vote where she's like fighting to keep Krista around. Here's the villain, she's fighting to get Russell out, which is not anybody but me. And also she like fights to save Courtney at the coach vote,
Yeah.
which is also not anybody but me. Game Changers is like entirely not anybody but me.
I'll give you a piece of advice.
Then what was Winners at War? I mean, Winners at War also entirely not anybody but me with the Denise move.
I don't know who you are or what you did, but you better become a better
I would say Blood vs. Water is probably closer to anybody but me, but again,
Don't
definitely
get
not
back in the series, or they get worse before they do.
someone that followed her strategy too well.
Depend on the honesty of strangers.
Where's BB Can 10 ranking? I think it's going up for me. Like, I think if Kevin wins this season, I feel like this season has pretty much given me everything. It's given me a great winner, given the best player of the season, leading to a win. That person like pulling off some really great moves that led to some really interesting gameplay. Has great character moments, has a great cast. I feel like at this point, like, again, I was saying earlier that BB Can 9 is better, and I still do think at this current point, BB Can 9 probably has like a slight edge, but again, this Gino thing like has like stepped it up a bit to where like I think we have something on the caliber of the Jed move. Let's save Duck. Not exactly, because like I don't think like it's not like a situation where like literally everyone was playing poorly like it was in that season, but like yeah, it's something like close enough to where like I would be okay with saying BB Can 10 is better than BB Can 9 at this point. And I think if Kevin wins, then for sure it would be better than BB Can 9. I still think BB Can 5 is a tough act though. I don't know. It would be tough for a season to beat BB Can 5, I think. But, I mean, again, this season is very strong, though. Very good season. Do I think BB14 Dan played the best returning game? Or best winner returning? I mean, no. If we're talking about in all of reality TV, then Tony in Winners at War. But if we're talking about Big Brother, then probably I just love the way he says that.
Sorry, your son is alive.
Would I survive a zombie apocalypse? No, I would be the first fucking person to die.
You didn't even try to help.
Yeah, this gummy bear thing is gonna this is gonna be a notable thing for a while. I feel like.
Worried about the boy.
But you weren't worried about that.
Next video player ranking. It's not too like Australian Survivor.
Get out.
20. Well, I mean, like technically, like almost every video in the near future is a player ranking. But Saturday is going to be the worst player of all time video for Survivor. Then we got final juror ranking for Survivor SA on Wednesday. The next Saturday will be the Big Brother top 10 worst player of all time. Then will be the Australian Survivor 2002 player ranking. Then we got BB Can review, BB Can player ranking, BBUS winner player ranking, Survivor Marquesas player ranking, Challenge season ranking, Survivor UK Panama player ranking, and then Survivor 42 season review, Circles season review, and then Survivor 42 player ranking. So it's a lot of season reviews and player rankings. That's pretty much up until June 1st. So yeah, a lot of rankings coming up in the near future. Who's worse, Gino or Jed? I think Jed's is still worse. Jed's move is still a worse move than Gino. Because like it's still not like, even though Gino's like, I think Gino's move is a dumber move, but I think Jed's is a worse move. Where I think Gino saying like going from like complete safety. Well, actually, to be fair, Jed also had complete safety. I don't know. I think Jed's is still the worst because like Jed is actively going from fully safe to on the block and potentially going home, and more than likely going home. While Gino is going from safety to a 25% chance of non-safety, and like that's slightly better. It's not like he's actively putting himself in, like he's not actually putting himself on the block. He's just giving him a chance of putting himself on the block. So like I think it's better than Jed's, but it's still really bad though.
We can't take risks.
Kyle's HOH is still the worst HOH of all time.
When I say that,
And a lot of that comes from again, just the position he came, like, it's the biggest downfall over the course of one's HOH in the history of the show. And yeah, like I feel like it's tough to be worse than Kyle's, where like you would literally have to be someone that is potentially in a Derek style position. Like this is like Kyle's HOH is essentially if Derek on the HOH that he takes out Devin decides, no, I'm not going to take out Devin, I'm going to take out Frankie. Or actually, that would have actually not even been the worst move in the world. Actually, I don't know, because like it would have backfired on him. But like, it's tough to be worse than Kyle. Oh no, I should have said she's an asshole. God damn it.
That's what it takes.
Whatever. Oh, I just realized I should turn on have subtitles not been on? I should definitely turn on subtitles. Is it under audio? I don't think so, right? Yeah. But yeah, like for sure, Kyle's the worst. Marty's second HOH was also really bad. Even Gino's HOH was pretty bad. Again, this is a season of really bad HOHs. I mean, again, like I have gotten caught up on my BB Can review, but like literally every HOH this season, outside of Herman's, has been bad. Like no one has had a good HOH. It's an insane season.
Holy shit.
How sad would it be if Do or Die were on Winners Award? That would be really depressing if that was the thing. He wasn't bitten. We're going to be pro Kenny in this playthrough, I guess. Rank every HOH reign? I'm not going to rank every HOH reign. Like, that's a lot of fucking work. Or every HOH reign of the season? Then yeah, I can do that. If we're talking about every HOH reign ever, then no. I won't do a video. I can do it on stream. But definitely not doing a video on it. How long will tomorrow's stream be if there is one? Probably one episode of Walking Dead's worth, I would think. So probably like a couple hours.
Dad, you need to calm down.
Oh no, fuck, I just picked the wrong one again.
I say it's him. Goddamn right.
Whatever, fine.
Nobody is doing anything.
Do I think being well positioned the entire time but having low control and winning would be a strong winner? It would be a good winner. I mean, like, it matters how much agency they have in putting themselves in a good position. Like, I think if it's someone like Gino, who, like, if Gino, like, before the Kyle blow up, if he had been able to keep that position the entire time, then I would not put that much credence into it. Because it's like, he's, like, isn't actively doing anything. He's just this, like, very affable guy that, like, just isn't blowing up his spot every week. And, like, to be fair, he's so bad strategically, but, it's like, if that had been the case, then no. But if it's someone like, let's say, like, a Paris, and how she, like, positioned herself in the game. Like, I think that's something that is a lot more, respectful to me.
Yeah?
There's someone in there.
It's just locked. Keys behind.
I can't think of a season with this many bad HOHs. Yeah, BB20 is up there. I think the thing about BB20 though is that like by the back half it gets to a lot of boring HOHs where it's a lot of like by that point like level 6 is full control. But yeah, I think this season takes the cake though, especially if the trend continues. Dang, it's hard to continue at Final 4, Final 5. At Final 4 it can't happen because like you literally have almost no control.
She'll turn fast. Then there'll be 3.
Rank every player after BB25. That's something I was thinking about. Don't 100% know if I'm going to do it. At this point, I'm pretty solid on doing the BB Can one. Or rank every BB Can player.
Knock this guy out. Happily.
Yeah, fuck Larry.
Jesus.
But yeah, and then Survivor again, like I said, if I'm still around at Survivor 50. We'll probably do it then. The other ones I'm not as solid on, but I think BB25 might be a decent spot for Big Brother. But it's still a lot. Was the second Gino HOH bad? Yes, but not like as astronomically bad. Like his first HOH is worse, where he's actively getting rid of an ally. Okay, why'd the music just abruptly cut there? But he's actively getting rid of an ally that was wanting to keep him safe. The second HOH is bad, more so in the sense that he isolates Kevin and Helena, where he doesn't let them in on the plan to backdoor Marty, which through that ends up causing Kevin and Helena to further separate from Gino and Jace in a position where Gino and Jace were planning on taking Kevin and Helena to Final Four. Like, that's really bad. But in terms of like the Marty backdoor plan, like, to be fair, the Marty it's actually, his HOH is probably better from him failing to do the Marty backdoor plan than it would have been if he succeeded. Where Marty is someone, like, even though this week did not end up working out, Marty wanted to keep Gino safe. Like, Marty getting rid of Gino, or Gino getting rid of Marty was not the optimal move for him there. And he probably actually lucks out into a more optimal move in getting rid of Moose. Will I ever stream a horror game? Probably. Like, I'm not super likely to. I wouldn't say never, because like I probably will try to play maybe like a Resident Evil game or something at some point, but I'm not like super apt to do any given horror game.
I'm starting to think this drugstore isn't a permanent solution.
You're right.
Ranked 7 players left on who I'd be the most to least satisfied as a winner. I think one Kevin.
And I'll head out and get gas. There's a motel not too far.
Helena too, I guess.
I'll work my way towards it and then loop back.
It might be Betty. Like, at least at this point, like, Betty winning would be funny. And like, she's kind of kicked it up in the last couple weeks to where, like, if she wins, it's like whatever. It's not the best gameplay win, but it's at least like a funny like story. Like, it would be funny. Betty ended up winning. But yeah, it's probably Kevin. I don't know, where is Josh land in this?
Keep a good eye on him. These boys
let's say Kevin, Betty, because it would be funny. Helena, Josh,
and I'm Carly.
And probably Marty, to be honest. Because at least Marty, if he wins, it'll be in like a Kevin Martin style of win, where like he's completely winning out from like what, final 8, final 9 on. And like at least that'll be like an interesting story. And then like who's left? Summer, JC. Yeah, like I wouldn't be that happy if either of them winning at this point. I mean, like, I don't know, like if they kick it up at the end, it's like fine, I guess, but still not the most satisfying ending to me. Want Mario to win just so some fans would be mad. I think that would be a funny reaction. Like, that's probably one of the best pros of Marty winning would be like how pissed off most of the fan base would be.
You sure your girl doesn't need it?
Yeah, Betty would be the first person that was last in the mid-season power ranking to win.
Take care of myself.
Tara was close. Yeah, again, like I even said that in the video, right? That if Tara, or that Betty could potentially be a Tara, where like maybe out of nowhere she just like starts to gain respect. So it would be fun. Because again, like Betty is someone that like can win. Like if the double or triple eviction tomorrow goes like as expected, and JC and other person Marty go home, then like Betty probably needs to win a comp at Final 5. I don't know, like let's say Betty wins Final 5 HOH. She's probably putting up Helena and Kevin. She needs Helena out, or she needs Kevin out, and I don't know if she can get Kevin out over Helena. Yeah, I mean, Summer's the deciding factor there. But if she can get Kevin out by the end game, I think she's like, she's in a pretty good spot. Like if she's able to get to the Final 4 of herself, Josh, Summer, and Helena, Betty's in a very good spot to win the game. Where again, like at this point, like there's a potential of her beating Josh, with Josh seeming to not have that much respect from Herman and Moose. I think there's definitely a chance that she beats Summer, where Moose seemed to be very low on Summer's game and seemed to be like more like waiting for Betty to finally make a move. And like again, if she gets to the end, she more than likely will have to win some more comps. And Helena, I think it will be interesting. We'll have to see how Helena's game plays out, especially if Kevin gets to the jury, where Kevin's going to be able to prop up Helena. But still, again, really this entire endgame is really, really interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff that could happen. No one is completely dead at this point.
You seem to handle yourself pretty well.
I feel like everyone still has a chance to win. Some people obviously smaller than others, but still, people like no one's completely dead.
And I would have joined her if it wasn't for that dorky guy on watch over there.
Josh is the biggest cop tryhard. I think Josh is like starting to grow on me as like a fun character, where like he's like a nothing presence for a lot of the show, but then like all of a sudden like he has these like big reactions to things, and I just find that kind of funny. Like him freaking out when they like poured the maggots and everything here, and then like his reaction to Kevin fake evicting himself, and what was the other thing when they got food, right? When they were on slot for a while, like he had like a big reaction to that. So yeah, like I do feel like he's like kind of growing on me as a character in that light. Your ally in an org survived a back door of about 6-4, well, then that's a pretty good spot to be in, right? Thoughts on Avaro Sentai Dawn Brothers? Is that an actual Sentai? God damn it. Fucking chat keeps on scrolling down, so I can't copy this. Let's see. Wow, that actually is the modern Sentai. Wow. I have not been following Sentai too closely recently. Like, really ever since... Oh, what was the last one? Kyoryuger, I think? I've been following super closely. Yeah, I didn't even know Dawn Brothers was the name of the newest Sentai. That sounds weird. Yeah, probably should get caught up on chat. Do I think you're annoying? I mean, sometimes not. Would I rather watch Survivor Yukon or Survivor UK? Probably Survivor UK. At least it has like a place in like kind of international Survivor history. Or like Survivor Yukon's like a fan show, right? Which like that's like, I don't think I ever need to watch it. Kevin Prank was funny. Yeah, it was a lot. I mean, like, I feel like they cut stuff out, though. But yeah, it was fun, though. I know they cut out, like, there was a moment where, like, he's talking to Helena, and, like, Helena's, like, on her knees, like, trying to beg him to stay and everything. I feel like they cut that out. But yeah, it was still a fun moment. They had so much to show this episode.
What now?
You know that there are no batteries in
to where,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, understandable they had to cut some things out.
No.
I can try to find some. Needs two.
Thanks. I wouldn't even really know what to look for.
Where did they film Challenge All Stars 3? I'm not sure, actually. I assume somewhere in, like, South America or something. But, I don't know for sure. So I was like, realistically, I don't really care that much. Like, I never cared about where these challenge seasons are being filmed. Especially recently, where, like, recently it's just been, like kind of a boring, like somewhere in Europe sort of location. That's like, who really cares? Is it Argentina or is that season 1? I think that's season 1. Either way, I'm expecting it to be somewhere South America. Panama? Okay. Nah, makes sense. So I do think you're annoying. Yeah, like, I think you can be annoying. It matters what you talk about, but the potential is there.
Outside, have a look around.
Iceland? Is it Iceland? That's a really weird location. For I mean, like, that's where they... Was it Iceland or Ireland? I don't even remember. That they filmed... Well, one of the... Was it Spies, Lies, and Allies? No, that was, like, Czech or something, right? I don't fucking... They all fucking blend together at this point.
Sure. Let's go have a look around.
Cool. And we'll keep it down. Back this way with any unnecessary...
If it wasn't spoiling All Stars 3, who I think would be the best positioned... I think Jordan would be someone I would be looking at. I'm really any of the people that have been on the main show recently. I would be pretty high on. I feel like Jordan, Wes, even Darrell. Again, he just like had 2 second place runs in a row. I think they are top contenders there. obviously for the men. For women, I mean, I think you got like, again, Johnny has a good run. Kellyanne is also a great competitor. Kayla is someone that I think against this field that is much older than her, I think is a pretty good spot for her. Double Agents was Iceland. Okay. What I think is the best Survivor Michigan? To me, it's season 1. Mind you, I think the early, like season 1, really picks up around the time of the swap. I feel like early on it's fine. I think there are some like big characters that are interesting, but like gameplay wise, it's not super interesting until the swap. And then from that point on, I feel like is where it's really fantastic. Really, the merge on is incredible.
How'd you end up here?
I moved here to live with my uncle. He does tech stuff, and it just made sense.
So you're local.
Yeah, season 1 is my personal favorite. I would say season 3 is also really good. Season 2 is a bit of a mess. I never particularly liked season 2. And then season 4 is like interesting, but not necessarily good. Like kind of minor spoilers, but it has a lot of similarities to something like An Island of Secrets, in the sense that it's like it mostly revolves around one particular player and how much control that person has, and like that alone is like interesting, but like the actual like as a whole, it's not the most interesting season.
What's it matter?
Is the winner Survivor Michigan season 1 a good winner?
I suppose all that matters is where you are.
Like, no. Like, I mean, it's a yes and no. I think a competent player, I would say not a great winning game. It's a good winning game up until the merge round, and then it just goes all downhill.
Yeah, that's a hasty fortification job.
Yeah, everyone in Michigan 3 hates each other, which I find hilarious. And like supposedly they still hate each other to this day. Which again, like that season was like filmed like 3 or 4 years ago now. So the fact that they still hate each other, and also like a lot of them came back for All Stars and still hate each other, is still like a funny thing to me.
I think they're most of who you see wandering around out there.
Where I rank Survivor Maryland All Stars among all seasons of Survivor, I'm not 100% sure, but like amongst college Survivor, I would say it's the second best to me, behind Michigan season 1. Amongst all of Survivor, like it's definitely top tier. Like it's a top tier season of Survivor. Again, like at the end of the day, it's like it is very difficult to like truly compare it to televised versions, because I mean they're just like completely different beasts. But it is very good. Like it is like almost like as good as you can expect it to be. What happened at the merge round? Yeah, it's like I don't know if you want me to actually say, but quite a bit happens in the merge rounds. It's a great round.
Hey man, what are you doing?
What am I doing here
I
again?
can't even think about going out there unless the keys are out there for sure.
So I need to prove that him has the key, so that's inside, right? So I think I need to go inside at this point. Because I need that, I need the remote. Oh, do I have to talk to him to go inside?
Let's head back inside.
Okay.
I mean, just tell you, okay, there's rocks. Actually, is there an idle plate? I don't remember if there's an idle plate too, but I know for sure there's rocks. I don't think there's an idle plate now I think about it, because it would be hard to play the idle incorrectly in that round. But yeah, who would I have voted for? Yeah, I would vote for the person who was runner-up, personally. Even though I think they also play the flawed game, but yeah, I would definitely vote for the runner-up. That last round, though, is so fucked. The final 4 round, where like that alone should lose the runner-up the game. But yeah, I would still vote for the runner-up. Apparently 2 people on All-Stars fake that they broke up. Yeah, well, actually, yeah. So Jackson and Megan, I think. From what I understand, like, yeah, I listened to the casting podcast. I think what happened is that they were dating. They actually broke up, but then they got back together, but then just didn't tell everyone that they got back together.
Was he sick?
So it's like, not that they fake broke up. They actually broke up. It's just they got back together and no one knew that they got back together.
Protected this place better than any guard dog ever could. Plus, he knew how to make it look cool. Like you.
Yeah, rest in peace, Ralph.
My dad gave it to me.
See, dads are smart like that.
Yeah, I've never watched Survivor in New Mexico.
Better get this door clear, huh?
Can I help?
Sure.
Yeah, I think Survivor Michigan is the best run version of College Survivor. Like, I even though, again, like, I don't think season 2 is the greatest to me personally. Like, I think it is certainly better than the current Survivor Maryland. Where, like, Survivor Maryland season 6 and 7 both have not really clicked with me. I didn't like either of those seasons. I would say the original Survivor Maryland is strong, but you can definitely tell that they're very much learning early on. And I feel like because that there is some, like, wonky production value and everything. And, like, you just, like, missing out on footage and, like, certain votes not being explained.
I'm sorry.
Where, like, I feel like Michigan comes in, even from the beginning, having already, like, learned the lessons of Maryland. Where, like, obviously Maryland is, like, the first one. Like, it's the one that, like, started everything. But I think through that comes, like, the issues of having to learn how to properly run the show. Because they're dead.
Because they're dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sid Lee's my favorite protagonist. What makes him? I don't know, to be honest. I just always connected with the character of Lee. I think a lot of that just comes from the fact that I've played this game so much. And, like, I think part of what I like about him is, like, these very generic tropes of him being this, like, kind of a bad guy. Like, he's a good guy, but, like, has, like, a bad trait that, like, kind of makes it, like, because, like, obviously, like, he starts the game going to jail. And, you kind of expect him to be this, like, bad guy, but then, like, turns out he's actually, like, a really good guy that just had, like, one bad moment, and, like, I think that makes you sympathize with the character. And also I just love the, like, overall arc of him, like, bonding with Clementine, and then like, risking and actually eventually, like, losing his life to protecting Clementine.
Ow.
It hurt.
Let's see if we can do something about it.
Think I could design a good Survivor season? Probably.
Does it hurt when I do this?
A little.
In terms of, like, the planning of it, in terms of, like, what twists get introduced to the game, like, what rounds things happen, probably. Would I care enough to actually do it? Probably not. But I think if I really wanted to, I probably could. Oh, I need to get the bandage, right? I don't have the...
A little. Not too much.
Do you think if there was Fans vs. Favorites 3, they'd cast Survivor YouTuber like Peridium? Probably not.
Okay.
I don't get the sense that they really would want people like that. That they would want people already ingrained in the community. They could. Like, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, but, like, I don't think it's, like, really a top priority for them. Or, like, I think if they were to cast Peridium, it's not because he's a Survivor YouTuber, but because he's Peridium, like, because of the actual person that he is. More so than, like, his, like, reputation as a Survivor YouTuber. I don't think they care. Does this still find us, right?
Track us down. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a meta thing. It would be really, like, it would be cool, to be honest. But, yeah, I don't know how likely it is, unless Peridium were to go out of his way to try to get cast to begin with, which I don't think... it doesn't seem like that's, like, a top priority for him.
Let's have a look at that finger.
Peridium looks a lot like Aris. I haven't actually... I don't think I've, like, fully... Like, I know he's done podcasts, but I never actually paid attention to really what he looks like.
Let's get this cut covered up.
Yes, please.
Survivor Special for Fans vs. Favorites 3? Why not? I'm sure that's exactly who they want to cast. I'm surprised that we didn't get a Fans vs. Favorites 3. Especially because, like, Probst loves Karamoan. It's like, you would think that they would have done another one.
Luckily, there's nothing I need in here.
Actually, it's surprising they didn't make Edge of Extinction Fans vs. Favorites. I mean, I guess they wanted to focus on Edge of Extinction. But... yeah, or like Ghost Island, obviously, could have been one. Yeah. Surprising they never did it.
Find anything?
Yeah. Lee is a very generic character. Like, Lee is like if we're talking about from like a pure like analytical standpoint.
Just a picture of whoever was here.
Like, Lee is not the most like well-written character in the world, but like for some reason he's just a character that I personally have always connected
senator
with.
Who is sleeping with your wife. This is your parents' store. Folks around town know the owner's son got himself a life sentence, but I'm
again, Australian Survivor, I can for sure see next season being bring Fans vs. Favorites.
Maybe you're a murderer, but I don't really
again, like they've been on a bit of a kick of taking U.S. themes, and considering the fact that again the ratings for last season weren't that greatest, they might want to try to get returnees to have this like big sort of promotional campaign. Fans vs. Favorites seems right. Like, if I were to like 100% bet right now, I would say it is going to be Fans vs. Favorites.
Good, because if this lasts longer than a few days, and you're a detriment to the group.
Who's on favorite tribes for Australian Survivor? I mean, I think Jordy is the biggest lock on the board.
Just keep it to myself.
I cannot imagine them doing it without Jordy. And then maybe Nina. I think at that point it's like it's.
You can't.
It's probably like Nina would probably be there. I think she'd probably be there. And who else? I mean, like probably not Sam. I don't think she would want to do it back to back. By the way, that is the thing I got the vibe from listening to Sam's exit or from her interview with Shane Gus, is that it doesn't seem like Sam's like super excited to play again. She didn't explicitly say, but it doesn't seem to me that she really wants to. Did I get the I didn't get the remote yet, right?
The remote to my dad's.
Oh, there we go. Juicy Dave? Probably not. I don't get the sense that production liked Juicy Dave. Okay, so that's all we need there, right? But then like George is probably a lock if he wants to play. Maybe Emmett, maybe Danny.
Yeah.
Maybe Flick.
You're not bad, right?
Why are you asking me that?
That lady said you killed someone. Was that because he was one of the things?
Are we gonna have like multi-time players? Like, are we gonna have like Shawnee or like a Matt Rogers or something like that? Because I think they're likely returnees, but I don't know if they would. Fuck! I missed it. Whatever. Tuesday was he a casual favorite though?
Head back to the others.
Like again, like I don't think he was like that popular. Maybe Kez. Maybe I don't know how memorable Kez is at the end of the day though. Like I feel like Flick is probably a more likely returnee than Kez.
Little girl, if you're there, can you put your daddy on the phone?
Which I think Kez should be. Like, I would rather see Kez play again than Flick, but I feel like it probably would be Flick over Kez. Then again, I mean, like, to be fair, Flick Flick should have had a bigger edit than what she did. Like, the fact that we, what was the storyline again? I forgot. What was the sob story of Flick? Was that her mother died, right? Or something like that? But, like, the fact that didn't get, like, any focus on the show until like it happens, like it probably means that like I don't get the sense they like loved Flick, because I feel like they really would have had that like arc set up from the beginning had they really loved her. Oh, how I think Bryce would do on Survivor, is that the question?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, I don't know much about Bryce like as an actual personality in real life. Like, I feel like if we're going by his like chat persona, probably not that well. Like I would not expect them to do that one, but like again, I don't know how he is in real life, so it's like I think it's just tough to gauge over like without seeing a person in real life. Oh no, that's not. No, I'm not gonna fucking help Lily. She becomes the bad guy. Oh, Shay could potentially come back.
Can't let anything happen to
I'm trying to think. Are there people that are in a better, that are in the same archetype that are like more likely? Probably not, right? Yeah, so maybe Shay.
We just need to get back to Fort Lauderdale.
We'll do our damn.
Does Matt Rogers want to come back? I think he would.
Oh, thanks, Lee.
I know he seemed pretty apt after All Stars, and the fact that he's still doing like a whole bunch of other like random reality shows, I would be surprised if he wouldn't do Survivor again. Okay, let's pick that up. She'll be too busy winning CBS Challenge. I mean, she'll be on Challenge Australia. That's what she'll be on. Has it filmed yet? I don't even remember. I think it's filmed, right?
Wait, thanks.
But we just still know nothing about it. Bryce would play like Ozza? Yeah, for sure. I could definitely see that.
I found this remote in the office, but I'm pretty sure the batteries won't fit.
It needs the big stumpy ones.
Yeah, these are no good.
Someone said Shay is the most underrated player of Blood vs. Water. No, it's Jesse. Probably. I will say that actually that was something that was illuminating about the Sam interview, is that she mentioned that Jesse was actually the initial target. That Jesse was actually going to be targeted before Jordy anyway. But then again, like it was also still like he was being targeted because of his relationship with Jesse or with Jordy. But they were going to target Jesse anyway because they looked at Jesse as the bigger threat of the two. Which may or may not change my opinion on things, but...
Thank you.
Of course.
Still. Bryce equals Kenny? Maybe. I mean, like, Kenny is a high variance player, so, again, maybe. Could do well, could do poorly.
Good. It doesn't hurt so much anymore.
Fair play. I think Fair Play could definitely be on Australia. Like, if you were to tell me, like, only one U.S. player is going to be on Australian Survivor, like, moving forward, that person is Johnny Fairplay. I would be mind blown if Johnny Fairplay does not end up on Australian Survivor. Especially with the fact that he's, like, podcasting about the show and everything now. I just cannot imagine them not reaching out to Johnny Fairplay.
No, you know.
We're gonna try to...
Just won your third Fortnite game of the day? Well, good for you.
Deal.
If there's no Australian Survivor players on Challenge Australia, that'll be ridiculous. Yeah, it would. Especially because, like, it's on the same network, right? So it would be really dumb. Like, it's on 10, right?
Hungry.
So, like, how would they not have Australian Survivor people? I would not be that surprised if they didn't have any Big Brother Australia people, though. But, yeah, like, Australian Survivor, it's like, how would there not be any Australian Survivor?
Are you okay?
What? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good.
That's good.
Chrissy should be on the Challenge Australia. Why not?
I think so. Being good.
Obviously, the perfect pick.
Good, despite the circumstances.
Yep.
We'll sit
1-2 Apex Legends in a row. Well, that's cool. George for a challenge, yeah, perfect. Realistically, Haley could be on the challenge. I feel like that's a somewhat likely person. I mean, actually, I don't know when would they film though? Because like we know she wasn't, because like she was doing Talking Tribal. Wait, how do I move on again? I've talked to Lily, right?
Hey, Carly.
That's how I do the Glenn thing. Yeah, maybe some MasterChef people. That's probably because that's on the same network, right? So yeah, that could definitely be
still looking for batteries for that day.
Thanks.
A show.
I appreciate it.
Throw Renata, whatever her name is. Why not? Yeah. Obviously the most notable BBAU player. This
ready to head out?
There.
You got it. You?
Way, yeah. Why not? Add in Way. Yeah. Actually, Flick could be on. I think Flick is probably on. Flick, as in Brains vs. Brawn. Like, I'd be surprised if Flick wouldn't be on Challenge Australia. I don't know how many of the Blood vs. Water people are going to be on, considering how like soon it was after the airing of the show, if not even during the airing of the show. So, yeah, Blood vs. Water, I'm not sure if any of those people will be on, but I think Brains vs. Brawn, like, you could definitely see, like, an Emmett, Flick,
Did you see
Haley, Andrew. I think other Flick could be there too. I think both Flicks could be there.
Jesus, Glenn.
I thought Chad and Sophie broke up like a long time ago, right? I thought they broke up like before the season even finished airing.
There's a survivor trapped up there. No way.
Yeah, I think if they are getting Big Brother people, they wouldn't be bad picks. Dez for the challenge, obviously. Dez should be on everything.
Who is it?
It's a girl.
Yeah, I think Juicy Dave would be an interesting returnee if he had like studied for the show. But I don't think it's very likely though. Oh yeah, I forgot that Flick was pregnant. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so she's probably not on.
Now let's go.
Can't just leave her.
Damn right we can.
Unless she's like the Melinda of the season. That was Melinda, right? That was like recently gave birth or something. Oh no, she just had like she had a miscarriage, right? That was the thing. Either way, Rupert for Australian Survivor. Why not? I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. Like I think that is like a somewhat likely person. Pascal should be on CBS Challenge. Sure. Melinda, we're talking about Melinda from All Stars 2. Well, now All Stars 3. Like, wasn't that her story? Rupert. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they did mention Rupert. Maybe that's all foreshadowing. Maybe they're like, we know we're gonna get Rupert for next season, so we gotta have this line here of mentioning Rupert so that everyone knows who Rupert is. That's definitely their plan.
That's not really what I
Tester people for the challenge. Yeah, like anyone that is on the tester should not be on the challenge. That is why they're on the tester. After the auction of Blivers of Water, I can imagine Australian Survivor picking up some of the... Rivals would be fun. Like just in general, I feel like there are some like interesting challenge themes that could be carried over. It's not that. I need the... Actually, wait, what do I need here? I need the spark plug thing, right?
Get out your gun.
The noise.
Yeah, there we
Just
go.
follow my lead. Stay right behind.
Casting Australian Survivor. Yeah, I plan on doing that at some point. Of like US versus Australia. Australian Survivor.
That was sick.
What Survivor winners could run a challenge final? Well, you might get an answer soon. Are we at the final, by the way, of CBS? I think we are, right? Like the way that Gamer talked about, actually maybe not. It might be like the final elimination. But we're at the final 5 men and women. And they kind of made a big deal of that. But then I think, now I remember, right, like I think they did a similar thing for All Stars, too. So it might be, it might not actually be the final yet. Boss Rob's not coming out Australian Survivor. If anything, Boss Rob will be on, like, a much later season of Survivor US, but I think Boss Rob, for the most part, is done. Like, I don't think Boss Rob's... I don't think he's ever playing again. In the history of the show, like from... Like, I mean, I think Boss Rob is the person that... it would have been cool to see Boss Rob do, like Boss Rob in his prime do the challenge. I think that would have been pretty interesting. I think Boss, like, by the time we get to, like, even Redemption Island, like, I don't know how well he would really do in the challenge. Where he doesn't seem to have the greatest, like, stamina. Or, like, I don't know how he would, like, really do in a final, where I feel like he would probably burn out. But I think Boss Rob in his prime would probably be a top contender there. Maybe Tom would do well in a final. Is he good at endurance comps? Like, he's kind of in endurance, right? Like, he won the final immunity in the one season, All Stars. But I mean, like Jenna like fucked it up, and then he beat Amber. So it's like, I don't think does he ever win another individual endurance comp? I just realized that. I don't think he does he?
Get him!
Because I think every other comp he wins is like either like an obstacle course based one or like one that involves a puzzle. Yeah, I don't think he wins an individual endurance comp. Yeah, I mean, that is a funny thing with Boston Robbins. Yeah, he's known as like the best puzzle competitor in Survivor history, and then like fucks up every puzzle in Winners at War.
Now we've got this.
Are you two done?
Yeah, there's a lot of like things like that in Winners at War that that I do find like fun. Like I think that's like one of the biggest pros of Winners at War is like seeing like all these little like arcs that you can create from how people did on previous seasons, and connect it to how they do on Winners at War.
Just in case this goes to hell.
Colin would be fantastic for the challenge back in the day. Krista would be fine. Myrna, I guess. And then Flo would be fantastic. Prime Tyson could easily win a final. Yeah, I mean, I think Tyson's like, very likely to win a final, right? Like he was an endurance runner before, wasn't he? Or no, endurance, like a cycler, right? Something like that. It's like he is like should be very good at a final situation.
Rad.
I am pretty excited for the airing of Challenge CBS. Even though again, boot order may seem a bit wonky, but I think it will be interesting to see like these Survivor and Big Brother people do like see how they do in these challenges.
She's in trouble.
We're coming in.
Kaser would have been the Fessy of old school challenge if they were doing it back then. Potentially. I don't know. I don't know if Kaser. Maybe he would have actually. Maybe he would be someone that would do the challenge over and over again. But I don't know. I mean, because like obviously like after Big Brother, like he did 2 seasons of Big Brother back to back, but then like after that he like actually had like a really successful career. And like as a whole, I do think he is a very like career-based person to where like I don't know if he would have like completely forgoed that to do the challenge. And also I think just naturally he's not like as physically gifted as Fessy, where like Fessy is this like former football player, this like massive guy. Like Kaser's like kind of just like an average guy. He's actually like he's like a tech guy, right? So it's like I don't know how well he would really do in a challenge season.
I don't want that.
But he was someone that was definitely if they were casting for Big Brother at the time, I think they definitely would call him and try to get him on.
Okay.
I mean, there's already a very salty Twitter, so yeah, it is interesting. Like, it's interesting, Boo. Definitely some people that made it far that I personally probably wouldn't have wanted to make it that far, but again,
end this, and then
it is what it is.
There's no problem.
Whoa!
Please, I don't want to be one of.
Is Challenge CBS most excited I've been for a challenge season?
Satanic.
Maybe. I think All-Star... I'm pretty excited for All-Stars 3.
No.
Like, I think All-Stars 3... let's do this. But yeah, I think All-Stars 3 definitely has a lot of potential to be, like, a fantastic season. Like, again, like, just casting-wise, it is one of the strongest, like, fields of competitors ever in the show. BB Can 10 is definitely better than All-Stars 2. It's not even close. Like, All-Stars 2 is, like, kind of like a bottom top tier to, like, upper middle tier challenge season to me. Like, BB Can 10 is, like, debatably, like, I think you could say debatably the best BB Can season, but, like, for me, it'd probably be number 2 or 3.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It's so fucking weird. There's like a lot of weird like facial reactions and stuff in this game. Ryan Dusty for challenge. I think they would be good picks for like CBS challenge. I don't know how good they would be on the main show. I think we talked about this in the past that they're pretty like they're up there in age. To where like they're nearing their 40s, and like I just think for like the main show of the challenge, it feels a bit old to be starting their careers.
I've got a few cans of
Number one reality show for 2022, yeah, it's BB Can 10.
Good to hear it.
And things back here?
I mean, like how many? Like, what do we have so far? Is it just BB Can? BB Can 10, Survivor, Australian Survivor, and All Stars 2? Which in that case, then yeah, it's BB Can 10 by a lot. Like, it's BB Can 10 by a lot, then, like, 42 and, like, All-Stars 2 are probably, like, kind of close, and then Blood vs. Water's at the bottom. What am I supposed to do here?
Hey,
Does he said he would do a challenge?
Punching him
I'm sure he would.
Such a good idea.
There were worse plans.
Is the season actually done finishing? Or filming?
Anyway, we, Kat and I, appreciate your support.
Thank you, Lee.
Which, if that's the case, then, I mean, like, I'm sure it's soon either way. It will be interesting to see these people's social medias. I did find it funny how, like, Dino, when he got back from SA, just, like, posted, like, oh, I'm catching up on Survivor, but, like, also says that, like, oh, no, I wasn't on Survivor, I was on the latest season of SA. But it's like, why the fuck are you, like, 3 weeks late to watching Survivor, then, when you're, like, supposed to be this, like, massive Survivor fan? And, like, has, like, in the weeks since then, like, been constantly talking about Survivor. It's like, for sure you have not, like, you definitely were on Return of the Outcast. But whatever. I don't know if I'm going to add Beyond the Edge. I haven't watched the last 2 episodes. So, I think it's going to be like when, like in my year in gaming videos, I kind of have this like section at the beginning where I talk about the games that I didn't finish. I think that'll be a similar thing with Beyond the Edge, where I might talk about it briefly, like as like a season I didn't finish watching, but it probably won't be part of like the official ranking.
She spent days surviving on her own?
Oh, I forgot about Celebrity Big Brother 3. I forgot that happened. Yeah, that's at the bottom. I think Blood vs. Water is better than. I don't know. I mean, like at least Blood vs. Water. I mean, at least Celebrity Big Brother was shorter, so at least there's that, but. Yeah, I would still probably have Blood vs. Water ahead of it, though.
How about you, Duck?
We've all been through a lot.
Blood vs. Water was the first reality show you've stopped watching since BB19. Well, that's something. Did Danny win? I don't think we know yet, right? Unless something came out in the last, like, 12 hours or so. I don't think we know the winner.
That blood is on our hands,
just yet. There's more X on the Beach Twitter drama. Is there? I haven't looked at it.
It's my fault, right?
Like, I know Dave Vaughn's been tweeting a lot, but I haven't, like, actually paid attention to what she's been tweeting about.
It happened pretty fast.
I guess. But I can't stop seeing him in my head.
We can't kill ourselves over
We killed that
Yeah, I don't see any winner spoilers yet.
We did what we could. Bad things happen. We didn't make a choice.
It is very interesting to break down, though, of where these people come from, of the final, like, 10 players. Like, what shows they originally came from. It's like,
Time to let it go.
Winner picks for Danny and Angela. Yeah, mine were, what, Danny and Desi, right? Again, I was kind of on the same page for the most part. And Angela was, like, definitely up there, too. When's the circle? It's next week, right? Or 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks from now, I think. Yeah, it will be interesting if we get, like, an official cast reveal or whatever. Typically they do, right? But, like, it's a bit closer to the season. I kind of forgot the circle was happening, though. I feel like no one's talking about it. And that's the thing with Netflix, like, just Netflix in general, and how they produce their shows and distribute their shows, just kind of weird. Which, by the way, Netflix is in a bit of trouble recently. And these might be the last seasons of The Circle, for all we know. So that's something. How depressed do I think Tyler is right now? Probably very depressed. I mean, what the fuck else is Tyler doing? Like, what does he have going on? Like, is he just making jewelry and stuff?
How we doing?
Good.
Top 3 were Angela, Sarah, Desi. I think that was probably my top 3 for the women, too. Can I do this yet? I think so, right?
Okay.
I think I have everything. Think Challenge CBS promos will come out during Survivor finale. I think there's a lot of potential for that. If not around that time.
Hey man, what are you doing?
Oh wait, do I have to talk to him first?
Unless the keys are out there for sure.
Oh wait, no, I need to show him the photo, right?
Any idea where the pharmacy keys might be?
We searched high and low inside before you guys got here. They weren't on the old couple we took out of the office.
Yeah, we'll see if the Victoria and Bryce rumors are true. Yeah, I hope they are. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
I'm fine.
I have not watched Love, Death, and Robots. I've seen it, like on the I've seen like the cover and everything, but like I've never watched the show though.
Right.
Need Netflix for the endless supplies stand-up comedy or stand-up specials. Yeah. I love how like they spend so much money on that too. Wait, do I not have the photo? I do have the photo, right? Okay, wait. I don't remember the series of events here, if this matters.
Think you can do anything with this?
You know what I could do?
What's that?
I've never watched Pirate Masters, but I think it would be interesting to do some sort of video on it at some point. Considering it's like obviously a show where like Russell Hantz was supposed to be on. I think it would be interesting to eventually watch it. Is Ricard still tough as nails? I mean, according to the
fucking done, Doug.
Whatever it's called, the promos or whatever they were.
Who's to say it already hasn't?
Oh yeah, I did find it. Yeah, it was weird that the Christian Gabby relationship was shown.
Take notice.
Which that's probably a good sign for Christian. I mean, Christian was always like a likely returning anyway, but probably a good sign for Gabby in terms of potentially returning the Survivor. Okay, wait.
Hey man, what are you doing?
Hate Gabby? You hate Gabby?
Unless the keys are out there for sure.
I mean, what a monster.
Hey man, what are you doing? We can't even think about going out there unless the keys are out there for sure.
Never getting a Gabby return at this point? Why? I think Gabby's like a somewhat likely person to come back.
We can't even think about going out there unless the keys
I think
are
the
out there
problem, like I think if Survivor 40 had been returnees, I think Gabby would have been a relatively likely. Oh, that's why. Okay, I think she would have been a relatively likely returning at that point. But yeah, I think as time goes on, it's looking less and less likely.
The keys being on him is as good a bet as we could make.
But I don't think she's like out of the running though. I still think there's some potential for her to come back.
It wouldn't need long, right?
I feel like people have filled their spot by now. Yeah, again, I think there are. There's some people. I don't think there's a lot yet. However, by the time we get to a returning season, which will probably be 45, 46, then probably, for sure by then.
Now to distract those things. Careful.
I think Davey is still likely returning. I think Christian and Davey are probably the two most likely. Angelina, I'm a bit unsure of whether. Really, Davey I think is the most likely because I think Davey is the person who will get called and also will for sure say yes. Where like I feel like Christian and Angelina, it's like there's some hesitancy on whether or not they would say yes, but I think they're also both very likely to get called at least. And then I need a brick, right? Oh yeah, it's here. There we go. And then yeah, Gabby I think is still in the running. Who else from that season at this point? I think Natalie Cole, depending on the theme. Maybe Dan, depending on the theme. I think Dan's probably less and less likely, though. especially with the diversity mandate. I just don't know if he like really fits on a cast anymore. I'd rather Marianne be the crying person than Gabby. I mean, again, I'm a big Gabby fan. So, yeah, Natalia's like kind of a dark horse to return if it's like a second chance sort of season. I don't think she would return for like. I don't think they would bother calling her for anything else though.
Be careful.
Keep an eye out, will you?
You're Tom Holland? I'm sure you are. Will fire tokens ever return? Probably not. Like, if you were to make me bet on whether or not they're going to return, I would say no. There's at least a chance, but I think from the fact that Jeff was like kind of anti the idea because Mike White didn't like it. I feel like more than likely it's not coming back again.
Give me a second.
Natalia looks like a different person right now. What's she look like now? I have to finish you off now. What was it? Natalia. What was her last name? Zokwa, right? There we go. Yeah, she's like married now, right? I'm pretty sure she's like she has hashtag call me mother in her Instagram thing. For some reason the fucking images aren't loading. God damn it. Oh wait, fuck, I'm not even paying. I'm supposed to chop my brother's head off. Holy shit, what the fuck? Yeah, she does look really different. Oh, it's like it's must have she just dyed her hair, I feel like. But yeah, I mean, definitely would not have recognized that it was Natalia unless, yeah, she does look pretty different, yeah. I mean, yeah, again, if I ever do the joking Game Changers thing, then yeah, Mike White would definitely be on the cast. Gabby's the hot nerd, yeah. Again, I'm very pro Gabby. Natalie Cole winning a free merch season. I can almost guarantee that won't happen. But sure.
Holy crap! Run!
I feel like the second boot from 41 is more likely than Gabby. Who's the second boot from 41? We're talking about Sarah Wilson, or are we talking about Voce? Either way, I don't think either of them are as likely as Gabby. I don't think any pre-merger from 41 is coming back, outside maybe JD. But yeah, I think JD is one of these people that's like going to be harmed the more and more time goes on. Why include Ralph in the Dreamcast? I mean, like, I don't think he's like Jeff did like Ralph in the preseason, but I don't think to the point where like he's in his like top 20 people or top 10 men that he would like to see return. This. Sarah says she wants to do a challenge. Again, let Sarah Wilson do the challenge. Why not? Ranking every player to go home on a double or triple eviction. I don't like that much. Like, I never liked these like ideas of ranking people that have like very different placements in the game. Like that's like why even like the ranking of the Survivor captains and stuff is something I don't like really love. But I feel like this is even more kind of arbitrary, where like you have like these late game double evictions, you have these early game double evictions. I feel like it's just kind of arbitrary to be ranking a lot of them. Actually, Haley for the challenge. I'm surprised Haley, like I'm pretty confident Haley said no, right? But yeah, surprising that Haley hasn't been on the challenge at this point.
Come on, baby, time to go.
Do I think we could ever see a bitter jury in Modern Survivor? I mean, yes, but probably not in like the traditional sense of bitter jury, where I think we'll get a bitter jury in the sense that people are voting against someone else, but I don't think it'll be necessarily for like, oh, this person betrayed me, so I'm not going to vote for him. I think it'll be more so in the situation of like, oh, you suck so bad, so I don't want to vote for you. I think it'll be more so in that sense. Where like I think it'll be bitter, like in the sense that like how much the jury didn't like Shay on Blood vs. Water. I think in that sense it could be better. Where it's like, okay, I think you suck so bad I don't want to vote for you, so I'm going to vote for the other person. But in terms of like being like actively angry that you were blindsided, like I feel like it's tough to have an entire jury be bitter in that way at this point.
Are you sure?
George said he wanted to do The Bachelor. I'm sure he does. I'm sure George would love to do The Bachelor. Which Haley? I'm talking about BB20 Haley. What, is there another Haley? Or at least Haley with that spelling? Joe for the challenge? I think I'm good. I don't need it. She not seem bitter tonight? Did she? I mean, like, I guess. I mean, like, I don't know if that'll translate to, like, her being a bitter juror, though. But I think she was, like, upset that she was, like, left out of the vote and all that sort of stuff, but... And obviously, like, then she thought, we're gonna save Carly, right? I think we'll save Carly. Oscar on 41, I would probably say Sydney. I mean, it's Sydney or Sarah. But yeah, I'd probably say Sydney. I mean, we're talking about, like, just pure aesthetic. If we're talking about, like personality and everything, I'd probably go Sarah. But... And to be honest, at that point, I'll probably, like, potentially add Liana to it. But... Yeah, I think just, like, purely aesthetic, I would say Sydney. One of the classmates got a Red Cross course on Got Talent. That's something. Hi on Omar now. I'm kind of where I was last week. I think this is overall a good episode for him, but I do feel like he's getting a decoy winner at it still. Oh yeah, it's definitely Genie. That's my pick.
I'm not letting somebody else get eaten today. Especially a good friend.
Actually, I forgot about it. It might actually be Erica might be in the running too. Speaking of Haley, do I think Claire took her returning spot? Not really. I don't think Claire's that likely of a returnee. Especially for I don't think, like, the thing, like, we're not getting a full-blown All-Star season. And, like, I feel like if we were to get a full-blown 16-person All-Star season, then maybe Claire could come back. I don't think she's someone that's, like, top of mind for anything other than that, though. And I feel like Haley is someone that would be in consideration for a smaller cast like that. But realistically, at this point, I don't know if Haley's that likely of a return either. Do I have any siblings? No, I don't. No, I do not. Is there a new ad for BBAU? I have not seen it. I need Sarah Wilson, type on 42, I guess. Was Haley called for All-Stars? I don't know. That's something I fully don't know, is if Haley was in the running for All-Stars. The sense I get is no, but I don't know for sure.
I think I need to go.
Yeah, I mean, Big Brother loves BB20, but I was surprised that we only got 2 people from BB20 on All-Stars. Like, I fully expected that we were going to get, like, 4 or 5 people. Like, I was surprised no, like, Brett, no, Caitlyn. Who else? I mean, even, like, Bailey being on there was a surprise to me. Yeah, I really thought it was going to be, Tyler, Brett, Haley, Caitlyn, and Casey. But yeah, only ended up being Bailey. And I forgot about that. I even thought Swaggy had a chance.
Be safe.
Thanks, Lee. That means a lot. I don't mean to abandon you all, but this seems.
Wait, one of the newbies is Drew's new girlfriend. Oh, wait, so like he gets a new showmance we're talking about?
You guys be safe.
We'll try.
And Lee, you know.
No, either way.
If this doesn't get better, people are going to give up.
When's, like, have we gotten a date yet? I don't think so, right, for BBAU?
You told Carly.
Feels like we should by now.
Yeah, I did.
Who's the hot girl? 42.
Something like that.
Again, like I personally aren't. I'm not that attracted to anyone 42. Is Sandra in the top 100 players in Survivor US? Probably. Like, I mean, yes. I mean, like, it's not... Like, I feel solid. Like, yeah, she's top 100. I think when we get to, like, top 50, it's like, maybe. And then, like, beyond that, probably not.
Hey, kid.
For me.
Close call back there.
Thanks for picking me up.
I forgot Tyler was on BB22. I mean,
Take care of each other.
I think
Earlier,
it's probably better that way.
Mentioned you gotta ask yourself what you're gonna do if Clementine's parents don't show.
Yeah.
Is Drew's girlfriend from outside the game? Well, that's just kind of dumb.
Parents showing up? No, I don't.
Well, I want you to know that I think you've got it in you. I think you can take care of that little girl just fine.
Thanks, Kenny.
You got it.
Fuck, it took us over 2 hours to do episode 1. Is Christian top 100 player? Probably not. He might be like hovering around there though. But if I were to guess, I would say probably not.
How you doing, Carly?
Because like even from just Dave vs. Goliath, I mean Nick would be a better player, Mike would be a better player, Davey is a better player.
We couldn't have saved him, could we?
Happened pretty fast.
I know it's stupid. We just met.
That's probably it, actually.
It's just that I think that I liked him.
Maybe, yeah. So I don't know. There's potential, but probably not. I think Erica is probably a top 100 player.
I'd rather be alone, I think.
I understand.
Wait, Lee?
Yeah, not the greatest look. Entire situation with the Christmas HOH. I tend to forget that. The Swathi know that Bryce talks about Sarah Wilson. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What's Swathi gonna do when she finds out you're emotionally cheating on her?
But it wasn't a choice like that.
Is Bob a top 300 player? Maybe.
I just wish we both could have made it. You know.
I don't know.
Me too, Carly.
I'm like realistic. Probably. I don't know. That's what, top half? Is he a top half player? I don't know. Like, I feel like that's gonna be one of the more interesting things for me when I get around to doing that ranking of every player. Is figuring out where people like Bob end up landing. Besides Bob and Natalie, is every winner top 100? I don't think Amber is. For me, I mean, like Amber. Didn't I have Amber below Natalie?
I'm sorry.
Let's look this up.
Kids here.
No, it's not that. It's... I got grabbed again.
I was there.
But I don't look at Amber as that good of a player. So
Glenn had the other one.
I think Amber and Natalie are probably kind of close. Yeah, I had Amber below Natalie. So yeah, Fabio's probably not top 100 either. Jenna is potentially not top 100. Chris in the Woods potentially not top 100. Aris is probably like where we're getting into the people that border the list. But yeah, I would say Aris and Beyond are probably top 100 though.
Let me go deal with this.
Oh man, Clementine, another thing.
What do you want?
Bobby's on a Ray player. Kinda and kinda not. Like I think he's a more intelligent guy than most people expect. But it's like he doesn't play well in the season that he does end up winning, where he doesn't know what's going on for like the majority of the season. And like he does do well in terms of managing his perception with the jury. But even then, it's like he gets lucked out by the fact that like Nyanka and Purple Kelly both quit the game, which gets him 2 rounds closer to the end, but then also gets him the 2 jury votes he needs to win the game. So I don't look at Fabio as like I think Fabio like played a bad winning game, but as all around players, like I think he'll be fine. I don't know if he's the person that wins a modern season of Survivor though.
You're only one man.
Like I think for the era he played, he was like kind of like the perfect style of player. I think nowadays probably not. Worst winner pick in terms of did the worst? I think probably Obi, right? And Blood vs. Water, or in Blood for BB21.
Pretty damn defendable. The block off the entrances with some cars, keep someone on watch.
If we're talking about Survivor, I think it's Aubrey or Jason Linden.
I actually agree with that plan.
I don't remember which one made it further than the other. Is Hatch top 100? Maybe? I don't know, actually. Is Hatch top 100?
Yeah, you're right. You know, guys, I think...
Like, he is a very high variance player. So, I don't know. Again, like, I haven't, like, fully mapped everything out, so... I won't 100% know, but if I were to guess, I would say he's, like, kind of around, like, that area. Like, potentially in, potentially not. Who wins File 3? Heather, Deshaun, Xander? Again, it's very close.
I thought we'd be fine if we survived the walkers.
Why was Allison viewed as a big threat on Dave vs. Goliath? I don't actually know. Like, I think it was like, I think part of it was just like, because she's like, a physically fit, like, doctor, and I feel like that was just like, people perceived her as like a big threat. Even though, like, she doesn't really do much to actually make her that big of a threat. But I think maybe just, like, her outside, like, who she is as a person, like, things that from her outside life kind of made her be perceived as a threat. What the fuck is up with the graphics there, though? That just looks weird. Wearing Chanel as a first juror, probably not that high. I think probably pretty low. Again, like, I don't know where to place her in terms of the 42 player ranking. Where, like, I guess she's the top person so far, but, like, I think there's a debate between her and Jenny. But, I don't know. Would I rather see Jenny or Jessica return? Probably Jessica over Jenny, I think. Like, I think Jenny played better than Chanel, but Chanel has more longevity and then also, like, has, like, was technically better positioned in the Jenny round, but then, like, actively messes up for herself. But like, even then, like, still had, like, an out, and, like, while that out wasn't, like, successful, I don't know. I think it's very close between the two. Because I think realistically, if we're looking at Jenny, I think Jenny was probably going to be the next boot anyway. Like, even because, like, realistically, looking at how the tribe played out, if we're looking at, like, let's say Chanel doesn't risk her vote, Lydia is the easy boot. Then we're at five. We're at 5 people on that tribe. If they go to tribal again, which we see them do in real life, then at that point, Chanel and Daniel are 2, and Mike and Jenny are 2, and High is essentially having the pick between the sides, right? Which I guess realistically, like, would he side with Daniel and Chanel? Like, I know he was closer to Daniel and Chanel, but then they did just blindside him. So, like, maybe they wouldn't have been as incentivized to side with him there. So I guess it could go either way, but more than likely Jenny would have been the boot if he did side with Chanel and Daniel anyway. But then Mike wouldn't have I don't know, Mike did get a vote back by that point. I don't know. It's kind of a wonky situation. Can you not skip this? Okay, or maybe not. Oh wait, can you go to the main menu? I think you can, right? That's really dumb that they didn't fix that in the fucking remaster. Whatever. Starved for help. I wanted Jonathan at the very bottom of the player ranking. Probably not.
I know who you are.
I don't know. Like, I'll have to figure out how I want to rank them when getting around to the full list. Because, like, on my worst player of all time video, I didn't really include them just because I felt like there was, like, so little game to actually analyze from them.
You keep an eye on that front door.
But, like, when I'm forced to actually put them on the list, then...
And I'm Carly.
Yeah, like, I think it's,
He'll shift in with Doug when he needs it.
You got it, boss.
They would be low. Or, like, Wanda is kind of in this Wendy Jo sort of archetype. So, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Is Liza top 100 player? No. Like, not really close.
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, like, again, that's the thing is with Chanel is, like, she actively takes herself out of a good position, but then, like, also was good enough to put herself in that good position to begin with. And also, despite her making that move, at least she had, like, another plan, like, where, like, yeah, she risks her vote, which, like, screws everything up, but she at least still had the plan of trying to create a 2-1-1. So it's like she thought she can get out of it and ended up being wrong, but, like, at least she had, like, a backup plan there. What is this strongest, weakest team in this photo? Oh, I've seen this on the Reddit. I haven't actually looked at it though. What, he's just like random groupings? Tony and Cara Maria is pretty strong. Oh, Laurel and Fessy is probably like the strongest grouping here. Holly and Sarah Rice is also really strong. Yeah, I would probably say the strongest is... I would probably say Fessy and Laurel. I think that seems like the strongest one. Weakest, I mean... Jenna and Rogan, maybe? Or, I mean, Devin and Kayla, probably. Or Nani and Corey. It's probably one of those two. Who the fuck even is that with Leroy? Is that Brianna? Is that who that is? Maybe that's the pair. No. How'd Bryce do on the challenge? I mean, incredible, obviously. Was she in a good position by luck, though? I mean, we do see her seem to have a genuinely good relationship with Hai and Lydia early on.
What'd they get this time?
Looks like a rabbit.
Well, that's another meal lost.
And, like, we see them, like, actively playing both sides.
All that commissary food in 3 months. It seemed like so much at the time.
Where it's not like they, like, just latched on Hai and Lydia as a 4. They latched on the Mike and Lydia as a 4. Like, they actively did play both sides. So, huh. It's like, I still think there's, like, decent work done there.
No kidding. When I accidentally grabbed for Carly's rations the other night...
They heard a new cast of Celebrity Worst Cooks in America? No, I haven't. Nicole Bass is pregnant? God damn it. Now she can't be on Challenge 38. I feel like I, like, had almost no memory of who she is. She's, what's-her-face's best friend, right? Georgia's?
I don't know.
You think
everyone's favorite challenge competitor.
We are out here?
I sure hope so.
Yeah, between the lack of food and Kenny...
You're 280 pounds, 5'5". Tell me how you do on the challenge. You do great.
You know, Kenny's been talking about taking
go well.
off if he can get that RV running.
Yeah, it's Brianna. Yeah, like, it's weird. Like, Brianna, I feel like, looks so radically different in her cast photos than how she does how she does on, like, the actual show.
And one fewer gun hand. One way or the other, it's a bad situation. Can't blame him, though. Did you hear Larry going off on him last night? What's the old guy's deal, anyway? Seems like he's got a problem.
You do worse than Big D? I mean, maybe. We haven't seen how Big D would do.
Looking out for his daughter.
Hey,
Brianna's also pregnant? Is everyone pregnant? Is everyone in the challenge pregnant at this point? Who do we got in this cast?
And I know Lily thinks he's getting weaker, but the guy's all muscle. He's a walking pile driver. I know I wouldn't want to be stuck in a room.
Gotta love Mark. Everyone's favorite character, Mark. Oh, fuck off. It's a gallery. I hate galleries on websites. Who the fuck is it? Lori Beth Denberg? I've never heard of this person. Eliza Donovan? I've never heard of these people. Okay, I see Mark Long, Jodie Sweet, and like the only reason I know who she is because of Beyond the Edge. But I know I don't know who any of these people are outside of Mark Long. But also, like, why is Mark Long on the Worst Cooks in America? Wasn't Bananas on that show?
I don't know.
I feel like someone else was on Worst Cooks in America. So what a weird show, though. I'm trying to look up former seasons. Whatever. Dreamcasting challenge season? Maybe.
No, please don't kill us.
I feel like I'll probably do like some sort of like casting Rivals 4 and like stuff like that before doing a more general like Dreamcasting, but
Travis, maybe they
down the road, maybe.
These might be the same guys that raided our camp, and we barely got away from that.
Then this was runner-up. Well, good for him.
Is there a bear trap out here?
Mark being the biggest name on the cast is really sad. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to be fair, Jodie Sweetin is the biggest name there, but yeah, pretty sad. That entire grouping there.
You can get him out. After that, you can leave us or whatever. I don't care. Please. Bitten? No, I swear.
No, people hate Flo, but she's reality TV gold. Yeah, I mean, Flo's one of the best characters in all of reality television.
This trap's been altered.
Just gonna assume worst cooks in America aren't the actual worst cooks. I would assume not, right?
Oh no.
I wouldn't think so. Any Amazing Race videos anytime soon? I mean, that recasting Amazing Race 8 video is coming out at some point.
Get the boys back. Keep those walkers
Outside that, I don't think so. I don't think there is one.
Please save him.
Do I even bother?
Do something.
Do I want to save him? Whatever, we'll see. Right now I'm like really not in Amazing Race mood. Like I don't feel like I do still want to do the runner-up ranking at some point. Like, that's definitely a video I want to make at some point, but it's like that. I'm not really like too apt to do any like random Amazing Race videos right now.
Damn it, Lee, just cut off his fucking leg. We don't have time for that. I'm sorry, but we have to go.
On Reddit, when I said my favorite team, everyone thought you were trolling. Well, it was a lot of like character-based teams, right? But yeah, like the Amazing Race Reddit's like really into like the actual racers and everything, right? The colors here are really fucking weird. Like it feels like they just like increased like the brightness on all the colors in the remaster here. If a past Power Ranger team got a movie, which would be, I think Time Force would actually be my answer over SPD. SPD is a really good one too. But like Time Force, I know is a cast that's like super close, even to this day. So I feel like they were supposed to get a movie. That was actually the like instead of the what was it? Was it instead of the I don't know. They were gonna do a Time Force movie, right? And like they were talking about like potentially doing a season 2. Instead of doing Wild Force at the time, but then like they sold to Disney and all those things got ruined. But yeah, like Time Force would have been the one that like is the blatant answer to me. But yeah, like SPD is also a really good one. Yeah, I did see that too. Yeah, JLP and Jeff, they photoshopped the thing to promote MasterChef, which was something. Yeah, Time Force was supposed to give. I think was it Daniel Southworth? I think was the one that said it. The guy that plays Eric, the Quantum Ranger. He like did an interview talking about it. That there was like that they were supposed to be getting a movie until Saban sold Power Rangers. Yeah, Wild Force is like kind of a weird season for me. Where like I think it's a season that like has like massive highs, but then it was also like pretty bad at points.
Shit! What the hell are they doing?
Come on! Oh my God!
But like I mean like Wild Force has like reinforcements in the future, the crossover Time Force, which is like one of the best crossovers ever. You have Forever Red.
I don't know. Lee! What the hell? You can't just be bringing new people here. What are you thinking?
What, like Master Org as a villain, I think is like for the most part pretty strong.
I want to know why you thought bringing more mouths to feed was
but
a good
and there's
idea.
some really bad acting though in that season.
So what? We are not responsible for every struggle.
And a lot of like
survivor
really
will come across.
heavy-handed writing.
We have to focus on our group. right here, right now.
Well, hang on.
Oh, is that what it's supposed to be? People from the 90s?
Maybe they can be helpful.
Come on,
For the worst... I still have no clue who the fuck those people are, though.
The only reason you're
Is number one the people voted out BB Can so far? It's Herman. It's not really close.
We've got maybe a week's worth left.
I had a bit of a debate for number 2.
No? Fine.
Where, like, it's between Moose and Tanisha, and I think both of them are not that good. But I probably lean towards Moose.
What?
But one is Herman, and it's not that close.
You like to think you're the leader of this little group?
And really, I think Herman is probably still going to end up being, like, higher than... it's going to be higher than Gino, for sure. Probably JC, unless something changes.
I'm not going to be a part of that.
Hey,
probably above Betty, unless something changes. Above Summer, probably. Unless something changes. Probably above Marty. I mean, more than likely above Marty, unless, like, Marty, like, just completely wins out. So, I mean, Herman is going to be relatively high.
You know, it might feel safe for you to
Oh, shit, I wasn't looking... Oh, no, I missed the thing.
You're going to have to decide whose side you're on.
Yeah, we're pro Kenny. Fuck Lily.
I don't see any of you stepping up to make the hard decisions. My girl's got more balls than all of you combined.
Gordon Ramsay doing Survivor? I would assume not
Go
well.
help Mark with the wall.
Best thing about Wild Force is the theme? Yeah, pretty good theme. Yeah, Down with Thunder is a better series as a whole. Again, like for me with Wild Force though, it's like you got like those really like all-time great episodes that stand out to me. But yeah, like just really inconsistent series.
You know what? I'm not doing it tonight. You do it. There's today's food rations, but there's not
A crazy cult person online told you to be quiet and got 12 likes on that comment. Well, good for them. I still think Herman is the most consistent player on the cast, even above Kevin. Probably. Like, I think on, like, if we were to put him on, like, any given season, yeah, probably. I still think, like, in terms of, like, how this season played out, I mean, like, Kevin, like, literally just beats Herman at every opportunity. Where, like, a lot of those, like, mid-weeks of the game, like the last, like, few weeks leading up to the Herman eviction, is essentially a battle between Herman and Kevin wins pretty much every single fight. And, like, Herman's mostly just sticking around due to the fact that he got, like, kind of lucky comp results. Oh, wait, no, we're not feeding Katja. Oh, are we feeding Katja? Who do I feed? Obviously Clementine. I guess Duck. I think Kenny only eats if you feed both Duck and Katja.
Sure. When did you lose it?
I had it a couple days ago.
I promise. If I find it, I'll let you know.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Actually, I believe
gotta take care of some things.
next stream will actually be the 1 year anniversary.
Okay.
Which actually, I completely forgot about that. But yeah, I think next stream is exactly 1 year. If not, maybe a day off or so.
Here, Clem. Need something to eat.
Yeah, Bryce, can you like not be anti-Semitic? Can that be a thing? Okay, what are we doing here? Do we want to give her jerky or? Right, let's give her an apple, I guess.
I love apples. Thank you. Are there more?
Yeah, bring back Tommy was a great decision for Dino Thunder, and like a lot of it was because they
enjoy it.
Like because like what Tommy like Jason David Frank like did it as like a favor to one of the producers, right? But like obviously it was like the one of the first seasons done by Disney, and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So they said, "Hey, let's bring back Jason David Frank. That'll work out." I guess we'll give it to Katja.
Here, eat something.
Last Kevin DR in the episode was great. Yeah, I mean Kevin's been really good in the DR. I mean, some of my favorite like DRs from the season have been from Kevin.
Can you give me a hand real quick?
Least favorite game I've streamed?
Sure. What do you need?
I don't remember the games I've streamed, like all of them at this point. Like in terms of my experiences with them, I feel like Judgment and Death Stranding are the two.
This man has no leg.
Or maybe Gravity Rush. Gravity Rush is like to the point where like I just quit Gravity Rush. I think that's probably the true answer. Because at least like with Death Stranding and Judgment, at least I finished those.
You've done all you can, Lee. Thanks for the help. Go ahead and check in on the others. I need a little
Let's see,
space
I'm
here
scrolling through them. Yeah, that's probably it. It's probably Gravity Rush. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, the newer seasons are not great. I mean, Samurai and Megaforce are two of the worst series. I liked Dino Charge for what it was. I thought they did a decent job there, but then like from what I watched of Ninja Steel, I thought they went back essentially to like the Samurai and Megaforce quality. Wait, no, I'm not feeling Lily. Who win a Hull Brawl, Mark Long or Mark Wales? I don't know. I think that'll be a fun Hull Brawl. I think that'll be a pretty good one.
Hey, Doc.
Probably Mark Long. Because I feel like Mark Long is like more muscle. I don't know how they are. Like, I feel like they're around the same height and everything, right?
Here.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so hungry.
Want something to eat?
I've seen Family Guy Survivor Jokes. I have not.
Here.
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to give it to Lily.
How about you? You look like crap, Lee. When was the last time
Oh,
you
yeah, I forgot. She turns it down unless like you give
I
her
want you
an
to have this,
apple,
okay?
right?
In case you or Clementine starts feeling weak. I know I said it didn't matter why you saved me instead of Doug, but...
You don't owe me anything.
Yeah, Bryce, just calm down. Mark West probably wins by playing dirty, maybe. I gave it to... Yeah, so we'll give it to Kenny, I think.
Want something to eat?
Boston Rob versus Jay. I feel like Boston Rob would probably beat Jay.
Here, Kenny. Take
I don't know, I mean, Jay's pretty scrappy, though. I feel like Jay's definitely faster than Boston Rob, right?
Sure, then hand it over.
So maybe Jay could win it.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're definitely pro Kenny on this replay. Do we keep it? I mean, keeping it for yourself doesn't do anything.
Some of these people have gone longer than me without food.
Who do I give it to? Do I give it to Mark? But then Mark doesn't really change anything. Outside of him, like, being kind of annoyed.
How's it going, Lee? From up here, it looks like you're playing favorites.
Yeah, now we're just gonna, yeah, fuck it, we're gonna give it to you then.
Here.
Corey versus Nelson? I would think Nelson. Actually, I don't know. Nelson's never been that good at Hull Brawl, though, right? But then he's, like, faced off against some, like, really big guys, typically.
I don't want anything from
Yeah, like, what, Rogan and, Fessy.
Take it anyway. You need to eat.
A lot of people hate Duck. Do I hate Duck? I don't necessarily hate Duck, but I'm not, like... I don't like Duck. It's like Duck doesn't really have much to do here.
Not such an easy job, is it?
Like, he doesn't really get much to do until, like, literally his death episode. Where he's kind of just there, and he's kind of like just like a vessel for like managing your relationship with Kenny. Where it's like how you treat Doc, obviously like affects how Kenny reacts to you.
I guess some people aren't going to be happy with your choices.
Not a Kenny fan?
What happened to my...
I can see it. I feel like with me, it's like I remember like my initial playthrough, I was like very pro Kenny, and I feel like that carries over now. And like obviously, I think I've always like been pro Kenny in season 2, especially over Jane. So I feel like that like kind of carries over now. But I feel like if I were to play this for the first time now, I'd probably be bit more partial. And also I think also factors that Lily becomes the main antagonist in the final season, so it's like I just feel like most things end up leading to me being kind of pro Kenny.
What should we do about the kid?
If it were up to me, I'd let
Favorite
him stay
cartoon
for a while,
growing up?
see if he proves to be an asset. But that's up
Probably
to Lily.
Dragon Ball Z?
With her in charge of the food, I don't want to get on her bad
Probably.
Sleeping any better?
If we're including I mean like Dragon Ball Z, like Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, that sort of stuff.
Drugstore?
If we're not including like anime, then probably I don't know actually. I know he used to like codename Kids Next Door. I know that's... Oh, yeah, Teen Titans would probably be up there. So, hey, Jane, but you found yourself siding with her? Yeah, I've never been pro Jane. Like, the only time I actually like decide to go with Jane are when I'm like actively doing like an opposite decision sort of playthrough.
From those monsters, and you stood up to
Yeah, I never like actually wanted to pick Jane.
You and Clem are welcome to come with us.
And, like, Jane even sucks in fucking New Frontier, where like Jane literally just like kills herself, right? Where like instead of like wait, what is this? I should stay here. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Smart idea. Maybe that is the best thing.
But like, if you decide to go off with her, she just like ends up killing herself instead of actually helping you or anything. It's like, fuck off. What else do we got here? We talked to Clementine already, right? Or was it the yeah, whatever. We're talking about Challenge CBS. What I think of everyone that made final there.
Is that man going to be okay?
I guess spoiler for Challenge CBS. Yeah, really interesting. Again, like, it very much seems like this
that's good.
What is it? This poker alliance, if you will, kind of just stuck together. A lot of, like, I like most of the people that are there. Or at least there are some like people that I do like. That I did like coming into the season that are still there. Like, obviously you got Danny and Tyson. Really happy they made it far. Ben and Sarah I can do without, but I'm not like it's like whatever. Who else from the women's side? I mean, I'm happy Desi made it far. Angela, I'm like whatever on. I know nothing about Justine. That's the Love Island person, right? Kayla is interesting that she made it that far. Who else is there? I think there's one guy. Enzo. I haven't talked about Enzo. Enzo's like the last male Big Brother player, right? That's like weird. Like, who would have guessed that? But yeah, cool. I mean, if I were to guess who's going to win at this point, I think Tyson and Sarah are the two people that like scream to mind as like people that I think are very likely to win a final. But who knows? Again, like, obviously Tyson is someone that is like an endurance athlete to begin with, and I know like Sarah is someone that's like run marathons. So I think they're two very likely winners.
Some kind of, I don't know, something.
But again, I think Angela is definitely someone that I think has been like talked up of someone that had been winning like a lot of eliminations and everything. So I mean, that's something. Like, Danny's a former football player, so I'm sure he'll potentially do well as well. So. Oh, Dominic! I didn't talk about Dominic. Yeah, Dominic's cool too. Happy Dominic made it far.
I sure hope so.
Thousand J's elimination, Total Madness. I mean, kind of. He just gets like knocked out in the first like in the first round, right? So I don't know how much there really is to say about it.
What do you want?
I think his win against CT is a lot more notable at the moment. I like Ben. I don't like Ben. I think he's a good character. Like, I don't even know if he's that great of a character. I mean, I guess actually, yeah, Winners at War, he did end up being a good character. But I mean, like, I think he's like, he makes for good TV, or at least like interesting TV. Like, I mean, obviously the first time around, it's like his entire storyline of him being this Marine with PTSD, and like him ending up idling out and everything. I think that is an interesting story for the season. And then Winners at War, again, like, he is a fun character in the sense that he is this like doofusy sort of figure. And I think he's also like a very complex figure, like the decision he makes at the end of the game. But it's like, he's not really like a person I'm dying to see on reality TV again. Like, I don't need to see Ben on reality TV ever again. Mind you, again, Ben's better than Sarah to me, at least. Like, Sarah, I just don't think is interesting TV at all. Outside like her gameplay, like, I mean, she's not bad in Cagayan. But I feel like in a lot of Game Changers, like, kind of stuff that's like we know that stuff's been edited out. But like Winners at War, I didn't find her that interesting TV. And really, just in general, I don't think she's the most riveting TV. Okay. Has every Amazing Race player been eliminated in terms of what? Oh, in terms of the challenge? No, there's one left. Ever dealt with a Karen at my job? Not on my current job, but in the
We
past.
should talk about you and Kenny.
What about us?
I think that... Wait, do I think
people notice
Survivors found a way to game the challenge? I mean, I think it's just... Like, I would assume they're just having an alliance.
All we need is food.
Like, I assume... I don't think they've, like, done anything, like, too special, if I were to guess. Like, I just think coming into it, it does seem like Ben and Sarah are naturally going to be aligned. Tyson, I would not be surprised to align with them, especially because, like, we know that Tyson and Ben did go poker events together. And same thing with Dominic. Dominic went to, or had a poker event with Tyson. So I'm sure they're aligned. We also know that Dominic and Enzo are from the same area and also go to a lot of charity events. So that just seems like the natural alliance to come together. I assume that is the majority alliance, is Enzo, Dominic, Tyson, Ben, Sarah. Yeah.
Maybe we should think about leaving the motel.
God, not you
Tell a
too.
Karen story? I don't
know
fucking
Kenny
remember
wants to
at
leave.
this point.
I think that's why he's so eager to get the
I
RV
don't.
working.
Yeah,
But this is a
I don't
good
really care enough to remember.
We're protected, we're close to the drugstore.
Survivor
we
will
have a
always have a
routine
target on
now
their back
that's
in the
working.
main show. Yeah. And I think they always did, and they always will, because I think Survivor's like perceived to be like the top reality show. What am I missing here? But I think it's also like a show that, like, the perception of it is that you have to be like a very manipulative player. You have to be like constantly lying and like all this stuff. And I feel like, and the same thing with Big Brother, but like I feel like because Survivor's on like a higher pedestal, like I think Survivor has even bigger targets on their back than Big Brother. But I think that is the perception from the challenge.
That thing doesn't work anymore, does it?
No, not since
I don't know how many
drugstore.
eliminations Angela's been in.
Just gonna
Trying to get into Assassin's Creed. Is Ace 2 a good place to start?
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough. I mean, like, AC, like, obviously, like, I would recommend playing the first game, but, yeah, I mean, AC2 is pretty good. Like, if you can get the Ezio trilogy, like, those are three of the best games in the series. And, like, to be honest, in general, I would just recommend you don't get into Assassin's Creed. Your life's probably better without it. But, yeah, I mean, if you want to play, the games that are considered to be good, then yeah, the Ezio trilogy, I would say is, like, that's pretty much like the classic Assassin's Creed. If you care enough about the modern day story and everything at that point, then go to AC3, because that obviously concludes it. But if you don't, then, and you only care about like the historical stuff and like the more gameplay elements of it, then I would say go to Black Flag, as it's probably the best game, debatable, especially from like a more casual standpoint. Who have I not talked to? Because I gave up all the food. Did I talk to Mark?
Hey, you holding up okay, Lee? That was pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I guess I didn't.
Having to cut that guy's leg off.
Yeah, I just hope Katja can save him.
Tyson Buffer a favor on the cast, yeah. I'm very, very happy that Tyson ended up doing well here. Again, it would be cool if he's the winner, and then we'll see him on War of the Worlds. Jen, like, how did Jen end up being on the challenge? Like, how, like, all the Amazing Race people they could have picked from, they picked fucking Jen. I do find that funny.
Listen, I know her intentions.
Favorite Mass Effect side storyline?
She's making the smart choice. Those parasites you guys
Like,
brought back need to go.
What are we considering, like, side story? Like, I think if we're including, like Mass Effect 3 and, like, the missions you do with, like, your former allies and stuff, then I think, like, the Jack one comes to mind. I mean, the Grunt one's pretty good, too, where you deal with the Rachni, and we get the dumb scene of, like, Grunt looking like he's about to sacrifice himself. And what's the Mass Effect 1 doesn't really have any good side content. What's Mass Effect 2 have?
You guys picked me up. Completely overrun.
I'm trying to even remember like what's. I'm thinking Mass Effect 2 just in general is like a weird game because like most of the game is technically side content.
I understand. Gotta be hard to make those decisions. Just get me next time.
Need any help with the wall?
By the way, my Mass Effect like was it squad mate ranking came out today, which is something which is actually like performed like decently for a video game video. Where I believe it is my best performing video game video outside of like the big rankings in a decent amount of time. So I mean that's something. It's like doing about double of what my Mass Effect Andromeda video was doing at this point. So that's something. Oh, you're talking about like these major stories. Like I mean, yeah. Like I think probably. Yeah, I would say like the Krogans, the Genophage stuff is probably
Here, Mark, this should help.
The first one that comes to mind.
Hey, I'm the one doing all the work over here. You didn't think to give me the axe?
The was it the Quarian Geth stuff is also.
He told me so. Just like he's trying to protect Clementine.
Like an interesting storyline, but does anyone have Vanuatu as the best or favorite Survivor season? I think some people probably do.
Ken, Lee, come here, please.
But not many.
He didn't make it, did he?
Like I would guess it's probably one this. Like if you were to have every Survivor fan rank all their seasons, I feel like Vanuatu's probably one of the the one with the least amount of like number one placements.
You don't think I am?
I think probably like what is probably actually number one? I wonder what is the number one least top place season. It's probably like Thailand or something, right?
He was never going to survive.
Well, at least he's not our problem anymore.
Actually, there's probably a lot. I feel like there's probably a lot that aren't placed first place. Who wins Final 2 between Dan and Jen? Oh fuck, I wasn't looking at the screen.
I tried, but he was never.
Dan versus Jen. I mean, you got. Let's pause this real quick. So yeah, jury votes. I mean, you got Ian votes Dan. Well, actually, depending on how he votes him out, but let's just say that he doesn't vote him out in any like special way. Let's just say that like it's final 3, Jen wins final HOH, votes out Ian. In that case, like. Ian votes Dan. Danielle votes Dan. Shane votes Jen. Frank votes Jen. Brittany votes Dan. Ashley and Joe votes Jen. So Ashley is the swing vote, essentially. Ashley decides the game. I think she leans Dan, but I don't know how anti-return she really was. Or anti-winner, I guess. Where like she doesn't really have a reason to vote for Jen outside of this like anti-winner sentiment. Should you just avoid modern Assassin's Creed games? I don't know. Like it matters like what you're looking from. Like what do you want from the series? Where like there are people that love Odyssey. Again, I don't, and a lot of that stems from the fact that I am like a fan of the old games. But if you're not like a diehard Assassin's Creed fan, don't really care about like the lore of the series or anything, then like try Odyssey. I think you could potentially like it, especially if you like games like The Witcher and those type of action RPGs.
Thanks.
Valhalla, I think, is a bit tougher to recommend to any given person.
You're gonna get us all
because Valhalla just does this weird thing where like it tries to satisfy both like the people that liked Odyssey and the old school fans, and through that it doesn't really satisfy either. It's also just like a really long bloated mess that you could potentially like it, but it's just such a long game.
It's not the bite that does it. You come back no matter how you die.
Yeah, IOI and Feature are probably up there too. Yeah, to be fair, I think there's a lot of seasons that probably don't get a lot of number one placements.
God help us.
I think probably the more interesting answer is what's the least amount of last place spots.
Car accidents.
I think that would be the more interesting
Everything was making more of them.
question when it comes to the Survivor seasons.
We were all hiding out in a gym, and everybody thought we were finally safe. But one of the girls, Jenny Pitcher, I think,
I guess she couldn't take it. She took some pills.
What class did I main in Mass Effect? I'm pretty sure Soldier, right?
Room the next morning and
I think I just like kept like what is like the most generic setting on the first game. I think it was like Earth, Earthborn,
Me and my brother,
Soldier,
we just wanna know if y'all can
and I
help
forgot
us
what the
out.
other
I said back
thing
off, Harley.
was, but
You're outnumbered here.
yeah, I think those. That's why I played the first time. I think the second time I played it, I changed it to.
Park with some extra gas before we leave.
I forgot the classes. All right, let's look up the classes in Mass Effect. I think it was Sentinel. Whatever it's called.
Electric fence. Generators provide the electricity.
Our generators run on gas. Look,
Yeah, I think it was. Oh no, maybe it was Vanguard. I think it might have been Vanguard.
y'all be willing to lower your guns. We can.
But
talk
most
about
times I
some kind of
play
trade.
Mass Effect, I do play Soldier. Just because that's why I played when I was younger, so like I'm just kind of used to it.
Lee, why don't you and Mark check the place out? See if it's legit.
I'm going with you.
Oh, it was Vanguard. Yeah, it was Vanguard that I played on the second time.
What are y'all thinking?
Let's go. We'll stay here. Okay, we'll go to Derry. I mean, like if you say no, then you go anyway, so it doesn't matter.
We'll bring some
Do I think
gas to
Kayla
you,
can win?
Barry.
Probably
In
not.
exchange, you give us some food
I mean, like
to
I don't know her athletic background, but like knowing Sarah's and knowing like Desi's and knowing Angela's, like I feel like Kayla's a bit outclassed, but
You guys really have food?
yeah, don't really know for sure.
We lost most of the cattle, but we still have lots of milk, butter, and cheese stocked up.
And with the vegetables,
Elise
we grow,
from
we got plenty of
Hell's
food.
Kitchen. Let's look this up.
It's nice to get away from that motel for a while.
Uh,
This Lily Kenny thing is starting to get ridiculous.
Vanguard main, but don't love biotics. Yeah, I mean, like just in general, like I never really used biotics too often. Or like I even feel like I use like overload and stuff like that more than
Because of your
I
past. Does anyone else know?
use like pull and that sort of stuff. Yeah, at least from Hell's Kitchen looks fine. Seems really fit.
You've got to let go of that guilt.
Could be good
The
for a
Lee
challenge.
I know is
What the fuck is up with the lighting here? Why is she orange? What the fuck? Real, I feel like that's what they did here. I feel like they just like brightened up the fucking
What
colors.
exactly did happen with the senator?
Like this looks so weird. Actually, I'm looking at the stream. The stream doesn't look as fucked. But like she's like super fucking
I
orange.
only know what the press was told. I don't know your story.
Like really, it looks like she went to the same like spray tanner as Trump or
Have
something.
to. Whatever happened before things went to hell doesn't matter anymore.
Not sure everyone would see it that way.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, this remaster is so fucked. Like I've literally never seen footage of this remaster until playing it now, but it really looks weird.
Make you a bad man.
I really appreciate that.
I mean,
So we're almost 3 hours in. See, I think what we're gonna do, I think we'll finish episode 2 and then probably call it a night. Because I think we got about an hour-ish left, so I think that probably works out.
Hard to call any place home, I guess.
I used to move around a bit myself, but the dairy will always be home.
At least known for getting into fights all the time. I think that seems pretty apt.
Who's running things over there?
Man, seems like someone that could be fun. Oh fuck, I'm not. Oh fuck, no, I pushed the wrong one. God damn it.
Ex-military.
Yeah, she knows her shit, but she needs to know when to back
I'm too
off
fair, it doesn't really matter,
How
but
many
still.
people you got over there anyway?
Enough to defend ourselves.
Yeah, fuck you, St. John's.
Dangerous out there. Well, you guys know. Well, we'd love to get you all out to the.
Never been satisfied with a game remaster in your life?
Food and quite frankly,
Even Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Really, you were disappointed by Legendary Edition? I was kind of fine with it. I mean, like, I felt like I feel like it made enough improvements to Mass Effect 1 that I was kind of fine with it. Like, I was like, ideally, I would have liked more, but like, it's still fine. And like, 2 and 3 are mostly the same. But I didn't really have as much of an issue with it. I do like the Ezio collection. But yeah, I'm assuming if you're going to play the Ezio games... Well, I mean, unless you're... I guess the Ezio collection's only on console, isn't it? I forgot about that. That's not on PC. But the remaster of AC2 in particular is really good. Where, like, I can't imagine going back to the original AC2 at this point. Where, like, it's so foggy and so, like, bland looking. Or like they really like spice up the colors and everything for the remaster. And Brotherhood looks bad, like it looks crisper. It's like mostly the same, but does look slightly better. Revelations looks like shit though. Like they fucked up the lighting in Revelations, but I think for the most part, I'd say the collection's pretty good. No Ponderosa for Chanel yet? Well, that's disappointing. Hopefully we get it eventually. Yeah, they should have fixed that. Yeah, they just fixed like something. Like they got rid of like the war asset system in Mass Effect 3.
Y'all can see how we kept this.
So you would have, or like not the war, the multiplayer part of it.
You betcha.
But yeah, you would think that they would have fixed some other stuff.
4,000 bolts through that thing with generators and amps.
I'm going to assume that's a lot.
Yeah, like most remasters usually end up being like either inoffensive or like just like not much of anything at all.
This place looks untouched. You'd never know the rest of the world is in ruins.
Outside like minor graphical improvements.
I thought I saw y'all with company coming down the drive.
Just trying to look through your collection, see if there's anything else of note.
St. John, and welcome to the St. John Dairy.
This here's Lee. He moves around.
Like obviously, like remakes are like a different
Maybe
thing.
we can convince him to stick around for a while.
Like Legacy of Thieves ended up being like a nothing remaster.
Oh my goodness, that place is
Outside of just haptic feedback.
You got someone with survival experience to lead your group?
War Assets War Assets was never a big problem. I mean, like I didn't like because like in the original game you had to like play the multiplayer to like fully max it out, and like I felt like that was annoying. I was happy they got rid of that in the Legendary Edition. They like rebalanced it.
Thought she was asking about survival tactics.
But yeah, like as a whole, like I'm just kind of fine on it.
We'll make sure you're safe and comfortable.
How Ralph died, I believe it was a heart attack. Yeah. Which yeah, he was only what, like 56 or so. Like he wasn't that old.
These are for y'all. Baked fresh this morning.
Amazing.
Those biscuits look fucked. Why are they so green?
Hopefully Maybelle will make it through this bout of whatever she's got and be with us for a good long while.
Yeah, I just looked at that in the stream. It's still like it actually looks better on the stream, but still, it still looks weird.
We can help you folks out.
A vet? Oh my! Our
Prayers have been answered.
Maybe our whole group could come for the day.
Well, how about this? Y'all go get your veterinary friend.
I'm just like looking through. Yeah, there really isn't that. Like it's like a lot of remasters, just like nothing remasters, and like the ones that are like really stand out are like more remakes than actual remasters. Like I think something like Near Replicant is like a pretty good remaster, but it's also like borderline a remake.
Those roads can be dangerous.
I can handle
And also even then, it's like it's not that, like it doesn't like make any.
Take care of
I think too fair. I haven't really played the original Near Replicant, but it doesn't seem like it made like as many like gameplay changes as I would have personally liked.
Is there a problem?
Sucks that we aren't getting the Prince of Persia remake. I mean, hopefully, I mean, like it's not out of the realm of possibility at this point still, but like yeah, it's not looking great. It keeps on getting delayed, but these way it got delayed indefinitely now, right?
Get me when you're ready.
But like it's still not like officially canceled.
And that fence? Oh man, that fence.
But yeah,
play our cards.
Would like to get it though. I really like Sands of Time when I originally played it. I haven't played it since I originally played it, which was like 12 years ago or so now. That one.
Think about bringing our whole group here to stay. You need to figure out if this place is as safe as.
Hopefully, it gets finished at some point.
Right. Obviously, they think.
I think the final will be 2 days. I assume it will be 2 days. Like even All Stars has been 2-day finals, right? So I would be pretty surprised they don't do 2-day finals.
Sounds like a decent way to get a good look at their defenses.
All right, I'll keep my eyes open, and you find out what you can from Andy.
Yeah, and also Ubisoft doesn't have the greatest track record of games that they delay indefinitely. Like what Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still like nowhere in sight, and that's really worrying. By the way, I haven't talked about this. That I did decide to just say fuck it and record my 2021 year in gaming video today. Because I am done. I'm fucking done playing all these fucking games. I'm just like, I got to the point where like I just am kind of annoyed with all these like games I'm trying to play that I'm just like not really clicking with. So I just said screw it and recorded it today. Even though like I haven't finished the game since I finished like the Medium, which was like a week and a half ago or something. It's not really like a game broke me. I'll be like, it's mostly like I just feel like I'm burnt out on playing like games I'm not really used to. Like I feel like the games I'm playing on stream here, I'm kind of fine playing these because like a lot of these are games that I've played in the past. I'm very familiar with them. But I feel like in terms of like playing new games, I feel like I've just been trying to like force myself to play a lot of games that I'm just like not like really that apt to play to begin with. And it's just like on to the point where like I feel like I just need a break from playing games. And I feel like I'm going to take a break. Then it's like I'm not going to like I'm already at the point where like the video needs to come out in about a month and a half or so. Because that's like kind of where I think that's where it's slotted at this point. It's like the very beginning of June. And like to be honest, ideally it would have actually like if I knew I was going to do all this, I probably would have rearranged the schedule to try to get the video out next week. But it probably won't happen at this point. But yeah, it's like I'm kind of like burnt out on games where like I think I'm gonna take a break from playing games outside of streams here. Especially because like I'm behind on like my BB Can review and like I'm behind on like writing a whole bunch of scripts anyway. So it's like I might as well just take the time off of playing games. And like there's no real game I need to play that I planned on playing in my own time for a while anyway. Like where like I think the next one was like Horizon. I was going to replay the Horizon games and like take notes and stuff through them to do like really big retrospectives next year. But again, that's literally next year. That's literally in fucking February of next year. So it's like I there's so much time still. Like I don't need to do that anytime soon. So I think I'm just going to take a bit of a break from playing games on my own.
Folks are pretty well armed. Been stockpiling, huh?
But yeah, like what the last so I played like a little bit more than 10 hours of the Neo The World Ends With You, which like I enjoyed what I played of it. Like it's fine for what it is. It's just it's also like really long and it's a lot of the same shit over and over again. It's like I'm fine. Like I was fine with it like up until the end of the first week, but then when you get to the second week and it's like literally the same thing, and knowing that there's still another week after the second week, and it like just feels like the same like sort of thing over and over again. It's like I think I'm good. Like I don't need to fucking finish this game. Like I don't really care that much about the narrative that's going on. I feel like the gameplay is like it's like very monotonous at a point, and also it's like the combat system's like fine, but like not enough to where like I'm really gonna go out of my way to play another 20 hours of this game. But I think Kula Kula is a ripoff of Kalo Kalo. Could be. I mean, like, dude, I think it's just that, like, they're just using Fijian words, right? And just a lot of them end up being kind of similar, especially because they're all, like, kind of using similar, like, base words to copy off of. Okay, there's some weird shadows going on there. But whatever.
So how's the place looking?
Favorite week of BB Can 10 so far? I think maybe the Herman boot week. I think it's definitely the Herman boot week if we're including the safety chain into it.
Everyone besides Larry.
He wouldn't be such a pain.
Like we're including like the potential vote like flip against Gino, and then we have like Marty's freak out over like the flip vote not coming to be, and then we have Kevin convincing Kevin winning the veto and then convincing Marty to backdoor Herman, and then Herman's like almost saving himself, flipping the votes, and then like Kevin and Josh and Betty being able to flip it back. It's like I feel like that's probably overall the best week. Obviously the Kyle Moore week is also really strong. And I'm different this week. Like I mean up until like it's weird because like the beginning of this week was not the greatest, but then like this back like last 3 or 4 days or whatever have been really, really good. So like this is up there too. Worst remaster I've played?
Come on. I'm sure there's still a few more.
I think I like hear about bad remasters more than I have actually played them. Like I know like the GTA like PS2 trilogy remasters that came out like last year. I know those are supposed to be bad, but I never played those.
Not many drivers these days. We could scrounge up a year's worth of gas, easy. So what's your take on the brothers? They seem to
I feel like most remasters that I've played have been like mostly like I don't think I've played any that are like really bad. I feel like I've just played like a lot of like inoffensive ones.
I just want you to know that I've got your back.
Like this one's like kind of a mixed one where like there are points where the game does look better, but it's like moments like I'm just like a second ago where it doesn't look that much great. Like I mean the fucking shadows in this are fucked. But there are some like weird graphical things that they've done better and worse here. Like I think AC3 is probably a remaster that gets a lot of criticism. That like I get it, but I'm like mostly okay with. Like I think again they fucked up the lighting in the AC3 remaster to where like the textures, particularly on people's faces, look really fucking terrible. But then the actual like environments look a lot better. So it's kind of like a mixed bag. Where like the cutscenes look worse because they fucked up people's faces. But the like when you're like in the open world, like the game looks so much better. So it's like again like it's kind of a double-edged sword.
They knew what they were doing. Teasing.
Safety Chain was the immunity challenge on the next episode of Survivor. How would it go? Like if we're talking about with like next round of 42, it would probably be Tori going home.
He's tangled up in there pretty good.
Unless she won immunity
Come on, help me get this
to start the Safety Chain.
Get Mr. Crispy off of here.
I think we get better leverage from the other side.
Good idea.
I will say, like, Safety Chain, like, realistically, Safety Chain is not the greatest twist for Big Brother Survivor. Especially if it's something that they know about beforehand, where it's most of the time just, like, an easy way to get rid of the person that's on the bottom. And I think the thing that made, like, the Big Brother format more interesting is that they had, like, these two separate immunity challenges within it, where we had the first one to start the chain, but then we also had the second one where it was down to only 3 people, which made it so like the Social Pariah and Jess, who would have been the easy person to take out, that person had like a last second chance to save themselves. So it's like I feel like that kind of made it better.
Fuck. Now what? With the fence on that gate, it's our only way out. Can't hide forever.
You're back. What did you miss? Just a lot of like random bullshit that we talk about. Let's see. What do you think of the black and white Cowrie twist in? Oh wait, what am I missing? I think it's a mostly an offensive twist. I mean, like it's a very like. It's not a super powerful power, but like it kind of ends up being so on that season because like the numbers were like really tight. But like the ability to like, okay, this person like loses a vote or like has a vote. Oh, Black Cowrie was like they have an extra vote cast against them, right? Like that usually doesn't end up mattering. Like it usually does not like play that much of a factor. And with the white Cowrie, where it's like, okay, we take away a vote from a person, right? That also like usually doesn't really end up mattering. Like it's a very minute twist there, but it does play a bit more of a factor when the numbers were so close in the post-merge there. Where again, it's essentially like what's the importance of one vote? That's really like what the white Cowrie in particular is about. Okay, that was the right thing. Tori's the Jess of 42. I mean, I guess so. I mean, again, like I think Tori. It would have probably been Chanel. Would have been up there too. Had she not been booted, but it is weird how this season has been playing out. 42, where the early merge here does very much feel like what would happen on like a Big Brother season, where we're having this like big alliance and. Oh, I thought it was a button mashing thing. Do I think Angela will eat me if she has to? Probably. Depends on what she's on the seat. Like, what is she on the challenge for? Like, is she on there for publicity, or is she on there to actually win? If she's there to actually win, then I feel like she would probably go out of her way to do it. But if she's there just for the publicity and everything, then maybe not. Oh, did I fuck it up? Oh. Oh, I actually did watch the Thor: Love and Thunder trailer. Recently I've not been watching many MCU related things, but yeah, I did watch the trailer. It looked fine. Not really that much to say from my end. I don't know if I'll watch it or not. Like, I think again, like, if I'm getting back into the MCU, I definitely would just like start from where I left off instead of just like randomly watching Thor in the middle of it. Then talking about 8-person alliance was wild. Yeah, it's weird too, because like it's weird. Like, has this ever happened before, where like the people at the top? What the fuck? Okay, that's just me being an idiot. Okay, yeah, that was just me being dumb. But yeah, it's weird. Like on Survivor, I don't think we've ever seen like the people at the top of their original tribes like come together. Another one. How many of those in the post-merge, where usually it's like the people at the top like end up targeting the other people that were on the top. But instead we're seeing all the people on the top like gather around and group up against the people that were on the outs. And again, it's like kind of an interesting way that the season's been playing out. Oh fuck, okay, that's... was Angela good in puzzles? I don't remember. Like, she doesn't scream out to me as someone that would be good at puzzles, but again, I don't fully remember that. Did they make the zombie move quicker? I feel like they did. There's no fucking way it was normally that quick. Because I feel like I remember I used to be able to just like run into the tractor and then things would work out. Whatever. Fast Furious 10 is called FX. Is that really a thing? Fast X. I haven't seen anything about this. Yeah, it is Fast X. That's fucking dumb. Justin Lin is back? I didn't even notice that either. Has he been? And for all I know, he's fucking been back for a while. But... oh yeah, he did do F9.
Oh my lord! What happened to you, sweetheart?
It was those bastards in the woods, Mama. Yeah.
Did I watch F9? I don't think I watched F9, right? Yeah, I haven't watched F9.
Mark, oh my god, what happened?
That would be fun. Like, yeah, that would be fun to do a fucking ranking of all the Fast and Furious movies at some point, though.
Just pull it out.
Oh no, honey, come on. Brenda's got you. Come on inside now. We'll have you all sorted out. Well, you must be the best.
Surprising that it isn't more commonly done. Yeah, I think the thing is though, yeah, it's like usually like they would just target the other bigger threats. I think this is kind of this is maybe like a consequence of the meat shield strategy. And actually it is, right? Because like we see them like talk about Jonathan as this big meat shield.
But they did stop hassling us.
So it's because of the meat shield strategy, they're more incentivized to keep around the big threats and target all the non-threats.
So much for your deal.
Those shitheads broke the agreement. Look, I'm sorry, Lee. If I had any inkling they were...
You know if F11 is going to be called? I thought F10 was the last one. Is there going to be an F11?
We had an agreement with those people, but we will not stand for this shit.
Like, I mean, I think 10 split into 2, right? But...
You know where these assholes are?
They're hard to pin down, but I think I know where at least one of their camps are. When you're ready to go...
Oh, I guess there is going to be an F11. Why the fuck are there 2 fucking F10s, then?
Bandits? Are you serious? This place isn't safe. We can't.
Or is F11 F10 Part 2? I don't know. Whatever.
I think all of us and our guns can handle a couple
of
punks with bows and arrows.
F9 was fine, middle of the road movie. Okay. I don't really remember what what my rankings are of the Fast and Furious movies at this point. I think F7 is 1.
Let's not do anything to get
then F5, then F1, I think.
I'm gonna head out and help Dan.
I don't know why I'm saying it like as if they're all called F. Whatever. Anyway, I think 7 was 1, 5 was 2, 1 was 3.
Yeah, that's real charming, Dad.
And after that, it's like kind of all of a mess. Like 6 and 8 are probably around that spot. Actually, which one did I not like? I don't remember which one of 2 or 4 I didn't like.
So I went ahead and fixed that swing while you were out. Hope you kids like swings.
A swing?
Yeah, are we gonna do Fast 10 too? Is that what the next one's gonna be? Are we gonna go the Final Fantasy route?
Yeah.
Surprised we never got an all-female Fast and Furious movie. Yeah, me too. You would think that it would be like a spin-off by now, especially considering they had that like Hobbs and Shaw. You would think that they would do a similar thing, but with women, but I guess not. New What If idea. What if every season had the black and white calorie test? Yeah, like that's just so arbitrary. I mean, like it wouldn't matter most situations. Like again, the only votes it would matter are votes that like are votes where there's like a 1 vote difference.
Lee,
So I think it's more so important to like talk about like these individual votes, but even then, like I don't know.
Wish I knew, but I think he's in good hands now.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's kind of like a lot to run through, and like kind of just like it's a lot of like just making up stuff, I guess. Oh, fuck off. I didn't mean to do that. That was me being an idiot. I literally grabbed on the control and accidentally hit circle. Whatever. For the Joker or the Batman? Like, are we talking about like as characters or like we're talking about the Batman movie or the Joker movie? Like, I haven't watched the Batman.
Hey, can I talk to you in private for a second?
Okay.
But like as characters, like I would probably prefer Batman.
Your dad still treats me like I'm some kind of asshole.
Because you are some kind of
Don't
asshole.
expect that to change.
The actual movies, yeah, I haven't watched the Batman yet. I like Joker.
Look, my dad can be an
Like it's kind of like a fine like one-off sort of movie. Obviously, really good acting.
He's got a lot.
Like very much did not really feel like any sort of comic book related movie though. It felt like
and it's hardened him, you know. Yeah, he's bitter.
Kind of like
that's all just to protect himself.
What's it called? Taxi Driver. It felt like Taxi Driver pretty much.
And that goes both ways.
But
so, yeah, he's probably going to keep treating you like crap, but that's just because he still has one
I mean,
thing
this is
left
fine.
to care about.
I haven't watched Parasite either. I always wanted to watch Parasite. I just never got around to it.
He's my dad, and I love him.
Actually, it is funny. I'm looking at the stream. The stream looks so washed out in comparison to the actual game. Like for some reason, the colors don't seem to translate well to the stream. Whatever. Who's our protagonist? Clementine or Lee? Yeah, I personally always liked Lee. Like Lee is one of my favorite video game protagonists, and a lot of that comes from like how much I played this first game. But like I think Lee, I think Clementine's probably better written throughout the series. Probably.
Wait for dinner, and then if Mark is feeling up to it, we leave.
Probably.
I don't want to push our luck here.
Now let's not behave.
Obviously, in like in seasons 2 and 4.
Take it you and Kenny didn't exactly make up on the way here.
I tried seeing things.
Like season 1, Clementine's just kind of whatever.
Having a wife and kid and everything, but gambling with your family's life is pretty stupid if you ask me.
Until you watch and make it your mission to learn absolutely nothing about it until you do. Like I know the general premise if I remember right, but like yeah, I don't know much about Parasite in terms of like the actual plot or anything.
Kenny believes there's still hope. Maybe that's what we need right now.
Well, hope doesn't do.
Is Michonne a good protagonist in her own game? I haven't like my initial instinct is no, just because like I don't like Michonne. Like I don't like the game Walking Dead Michonne. But we'll replay it again. We'll replay it, so we'll see. But on the offset, I would say no.
If there's not enough room in the house for all of us, I guess a few of us could camp out here in shifts.
Wait, can I not go in?
If there's not enough room in the house for all of us,
you can't skip this either.
Could camp out here in shifts.
Okay. No, are you fucking serious? R2 counts as a fucking button press?
Camp out here in shifts.
You ever watched Walking Dead, the TV show? Yeah. I was a big fan for a while. Like my dad was a big fan, so I watched with him for a while. I stopped watching the last few seasons though. Yeah. Like I really like the show around like what season, like seasons 3 and 4, and like I continued to watch until pretty much until Rick left. I think that's the point where like I really just like was at completely out.
No shit.
You saw what they did to your buddy. Nobody's safe here until we start to fight back.
After prison dipped off, yeah, like I really did not like the like immediately after the prison, where like we had them like trying to gather back together, like the time between then and when they get to Terminus. It's such a waste of time.
Save lots. Yeah. Anyway, they're nutty.
Yeah, and like Terminus is only like a few episodes, and they go to Alexandria. And it's like I think like that's really where like I started to lose interest, and then like they kill Carl, which is like what the fuck. It's like I still think that's like the worst decision they could have ever made for the show. Like they literally like Carl is literally the purpose of the comics. Like Carl is essentially like the focus character of the comics, and they literally fucking kill him on the show. But yeah, and then once Rick's gone, it's like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, why am I watching this show?
Not yet.
I know it's around here.
Yeah, I've heard rumors about that Rick might appear in this final season, which will be weird considering the movies haven't come out yet. But I don't know. Whatever. I probably won't watch it either way, but still. I don't know, I thought about doing a Walking Dead season ranking, but at this point it would require me to actually like one, like probably reanalyze the earlier seasons, then also actually watch for the first time the last couple seasons, which is like I don't know if I care enough. Kept watching a series, falling off at some point. Walking Dead 7, yeah, 7's that's when Negan shows up, right? I mean, that's like I think the premiere is when we get the Glenn death and everything. I think that's like when I like really started to lose interest. Yeah, I never got big into Supernatural, and then yeah, I never watched Shameless at all.
Stay on your guard.
Oh, by the way, I haven't talked about. I finished Cobra Kai. I never did talk about that, did I? Is Bryce even still here? Well, who really cares? Yeah, I did finish Cobra Kai last season, which it's Cobra Kai. I still like. I mean, I don't know how people take Cobra Kai seriously. It's such a ridiculous show to me, but whatever. It's like it's ridiculous, but also like still kind of fun in how ridiculous it is. But
that's what I was thinking.
That's fine.
Take a look around anyway. Here's probably some
what videos are coming up? A lot of rankings. What do we got? I'm trying to look it up. There we go. Worst player of all time for Survivor is this Saturday. Next Wednesday, Survivor South Africa final juror ranking. Then Big Brother worst player of all time. Then Australian Survivor 2002 player ranking. Then we got the 2 BB Can 10 videos in a row, the season review and the player ranking. Then we got BBUS winner player ranking, Survivor Marquesas player ranking, Challenge season ranking, Survivor UK Panama player ranking, Survivor 42 season review, Circle season 4 review, Survivor 42 player ranking. Like that's the next, pretty much until the end of May. Or yeah, end of May. So it's a lot of rankings, and a few season reviews. So that's quite a bit. Yeah, Cobra Kai is like what it is, what it needs to be, and what it like should be to fit the tone of like Karate Kid and all that stuff. But it's also still a ridiculous show. On Scottman ranking, it came out today. It's already out.
What's in the boxes?
They're all from Save Lots.
First few days, they told folks to gather to the Save Lots by the interstate.
But again, performed better than I thought it would. Not that it's performing well, but like for a video game video, it's doing okay. So that's something. Oh fuck! I wasn't looking at the screen. Whatever. Rob Dixon at the bottom player ranking. Obviously, I mean, who could like Rob Dixon as a player? What a shitty player he ended up being. What do cast reaction for Circle? Probably not, realistically.
Boxes from the dairy here.
Probably the food we've been giving them.
Like, if it was like a full-blown, like, reality showdown season, then maybe. But, like, if it's just, like, okay, Victoria, and then, maybe Bryce, then it's like, I'm not going to bother. I'm going to do a review anyway. Like, I'll talk about it then.
Looks like they were moving a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I've heard, actually, that's the thing about Walking Dead I haven't talked about. Yeah, like, I've heard that the latest seasons are really good. Like, ever since Angela Kang took over, that the show has had a bit of a resurgence. But the problem is that, like, I just don't care anymore.
Empty.
Like, it's like The Walking Dead now just feels like such a Rackley show from what it was when it started. That it's like, I don't know if I care enough about the show to even bother continuing on.
Nothing.
Brett's also rumored. Oh, Brett from BB22? Or BB20, I mean. Yeah. I think I saw that somewhere. Always had trouble liking Garrus. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm definitely lower on Garrus now than I was before the replay. Where, like, Garrus is, like, universally looked at as, like, the best squad mate. And, like, I came into my replay thinking that, but then, like, yeah, I didn't click with them as much as I thought I would.
What else they got over here? Let's see if we can find anything useful and then get a move on.
And I do think he gets pretty, like, I think his, like, Mass Effect 3 Garrus is really great. And I think there are moments in Mass Effect 2 where he's really great. But, like, I didn't like Mass Effect 1 Garrus.
You did say she was running things for you. Sounds like you picked a good leader.
What I think about placing Kevin's win game. If Kevin wins, it's a very, very strong game. Like, it's probably number 2 BB Can, right? Yeah. Like, he's above John, above Jillian, above Sarah, above Pax Bros, above Kevin, above Paris. Again, below Dane still. But yeah, I mean, he would be number 2. And pretty solidly number 2. I don't think it's really that close between him and any of the others. Like, he's essentially, like, if he wins, he's, like, kind of in that Dan BB10 sort of range. Like, it's kind of like a dominant game, but, like, not really one that had, like, full control the entire time, but is one that's, like, still kind of able to play multiple sides and still have a lot of influence over how the game plays out.
Oh, man.
So, interesting how I have below Kathy at 2 in Marquese's ranking. Kathy may not be number 1. Let's see. Do I like Victoria? I like her as a character. I think as a player, again, I don't think she's the greatest player in the world. But, yeah. Tali's the best girl. I'm personally a big fan of Lihara at this point. Okay, were you not here when I talked about Neil the World's End with you? Yeah, I decided, screw it, I'm just going to record the 2021 year in gaming video. So I did that today. I'm at the point where I just feel like I'm so burnt out on playing games on my own, like playing games that like I'm not really accustomed to, that like I just decided that I think we're done. I think I've played way too much at this point. Like a whole bunch of games that I'm like not really that invested in. It's not really like Neil World's End View was like the breaking point, because like I liked it. Like I liked what I played of it. It's just that I could see like where the game was going, and the fact that again, finishing week 1, getting into week 2, and it's like week 2 is like a lot of the same from what I play, and it's like the fact that it's like 3 weeks of this, so that means like probably like 20-30 more hours of this game. It's like it's kind of a lot, and I was like, I'm kind of burnt out. I want to take a break from playing games. So I just decided, screw it, let's just record a 2021 year in gaming video. I might still continue on with World Ends With You, at some point, but it's like I just feel like I want to take a break from games for a bit. I'm probably gonna take like a few weeks or so off of playing games on my own. I'm still gonna stream and stuff, but again, like it's just like it's been a lot. Like there's so many games. Yeah, like the 2021 year in gaming. So the actual list ended up being 18. I finished 18 games from this year, which in comparison to 2020, I finished 19. But I believe there's more games that I started and did not finish from this year. Yeah, there are 12 games that I started and did not finish. Or 13? Is that 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 13 games that I started and did not finish from this year, or from 2021. And there's a few games that, like, again, like Nier Replicant was on the official list. Mass Effect Legendary Edition is on the list, but I talk about it. Yeah, so it's like, I think this, I'm pretty sure 2021 ended up being, like, I talk about more games in this 2021 one, even though, like, I technically finished one less game. And the actual recording though is like not that much longer. I think it's only like 4 minutes longer than my 2021. I'm trying to look at my 2020 script or like my document, whatever, for it. Let's see like what the comparison is. Let's see, 19 games. Actually, it's not that much. It's like 3 extra games, I guess. So I actually thought it was more than that. How long's the video? I don't know how long the actual final video is going to be, but I believe the recording was 1 hour and 43 minutes. Which my recording for my previous one for 2020 was 1 hour and 39 minutes, I think, and that ended up being a 51-minute video. So I would assume this is probably going to be somewhere in that range, like probably like 53, 55 minutes, something like that. But yeah, 2021 really, I think this year just kind of broke me in terms of, like, I feel like the thing is, like, because my number one game, which I've said in the past, like, it's still Life is Strange, True Colors. But it feels weird to me that it's my number one game. Like, it feels like a game, because, like, on any other year, it's probably, like, number 4 or 5 on the list. Like, I can't think of any year in recent history where, like, it's actually number 1. Maybe, like, 2014, it would have been number 1. But, like, it just feels weird that I'm, like, considering Life is Strange True Colors my game of the year. So, like, I feel like a lot of, like, I feel like I played a lot of these games, like, hoping that I would like it more, and, like, that kind of, like, made me a bit disappointed that I didn't end up liking it more, with games like Tales of Arise, and, actually, I didn't think, like, Neo World's End would be that high, but still. I don't know, there's definitely, like, games that, like, I played, like, hoping I would really like it, and then I kind of just, like, was whelmed by them, and then,
You're monsters. All men are monsters.
I just kind of came out disappointed. I would still like Tales of Arise. I for sure want to come back to at some point, though.
Where did you get this hat?
The little girl.
You stole it from her.
I just love how, like, over dramatic he is there.
Stole her from me.
Yeah, I think also, like, the break also kind of fucked me up. Where, like, I obviously had that, like, what, 1 month period or so where I was playing nothing but Horizon Forbidden West. And I think, like, coming back to the process after playing Forbidden West also kind of, like, harmed the progress there. Where, like, oh shit, I didn't mean to shoot her. God damn it, whatever.
What the hell did you do that for? We had a deal with them.
It's so fucking dumb, because if you shoot her, like, Danny is like, oh, why'd you do that? When, like, he was about to shoot her, like, 2 seconds from then anyway.
Could have just taken her down. You didn't have to kill her.
Yeah, because I think, like, since Horizon, I've only finished 3-ish games, I think.
It's a clean shot, though.
Where, like, I also, like, started a lot of games and, like, didn't finish them.
Still, what a waste.
So, that's it. We going back?
Yeah, Psychonauts 2, The Medium, and The Artful Escape. So it's like, Yeah, I don't know. I think that definitely played a factor into things. Was the Horizon coming out? I'm looking at like this just in general. I have not played that many like games recently. Like from this entire year, it's Forgotten City, Resident Evil Village, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Scarlet Nexus, which even that I didn't play the Kasane playthrough. House of Ashes, Little Nightmares 2. I did 2 playthroughs of Forbidden West, Psychonauts 2, Artful Escape, The Medium. I forgot Deathloop's not listed here, but I did end up getting around to finishing Deathloop.
You were a madman back there. Took that.
But still, it's not that much considering that's like 4 months worth.
What happened?
Lee took care of it.
Obviously, that's not including also the games I finished on stream, which I guess that definitely bolsters things. Because like, I did like all the Uncharted games, all the Assassin's Creed 2 through 3, and then Liberation. What is up with oh my god, the lighting's so fucked.
I'll do it myself.
Wait, they're making a Whisper of the Heart live action fucking movie? Okay, that's interesting. Whisper of the Heart's like one of my favorite Studio Ghibli movies.
A lot of tension with y'all, huh?
So I did not know they're making a live action one. I don't know how it's going to work as a live action movie, but still, that could be interesting.
Well, it's probably just the hunger talking.
Slay the Spire against. Still haven't gotten around to playing that.
Bandits. I'm sorry you've seen more violence than I'd have thought in your short time.
Yeah, that's like one of those games that like I see around a lot, but like I never got around to actually playing it.
Go have a look around.
Don't wander too far. Dinner will be ready before you know it. And thank your friend Koch again for me. She and the kids are in the barn with the cattle. That woman is
Forgotten City came out last year. Yeah, it's a game that like I kind of like initially after I finished it, I thought it was going to be very high on the list. It ended up being like relatively low, just because it is such a like a small scaled game. But I still enjoyed it. Like really, I mean, most of the games I finished, like I didn't really have a game from this last year that I really didn't like. I mean, like House of Ashes was like kind of mediocre. 12 minutes is kind of annoying by the end of it, but like for the most part, like I enjoyed most of the games I did end up finishing. I mean, Deathloop did kind of annoy me at points too, but still. Yeah, Forgotten City, like I think by that point in the list, like from that point on, I was like, which is like what, like 13, 14 games. Like I did enjoy a lot of those games. Oh, I did hear about that they are making a Maggie and Negan show, which is like,
did you guys
why?
find any more of those guys that hurt?
I like really like Walking Dead. Like, why make any spin-offs at this point?
Talking all crazy with a crossbow pointed right.
Like, I know there's supposed to be this like Daryl and Carol spin-off, which is like, why are we even doing a spin-off then? Like, I mean, you've already ruined the fucking main show, so it's like, why not just like continue making the main show that way? Like with this Daryl Carol spin-off. Like, why even like bother breaking it off? Oh, whatever. Cat Returns, most underrated Studio Ghibli movie. I like the Cat Returns. But yeah, I feel like reception to it's kind of mixed, right? If not mostly negative.
I know what you mean. He's back.
12 minutes disappointed you? Yeah, it's like I actually liked 12 minutes when I first played it. Like I was actually kind of like a defender of it, but I think as time goes on, it really does. Like it's like a game that I think is the completely replayable. I cannot imagine myself wanting to replay 12 minutes. But also it's like, yeah, I mean, narratively it's a bit of a mess. It's really fucking weird what they do with the story.
The way I see
Yeah, It Takes Two also ended up being higher than I thought it would. Where like It Takes Two is like kind of the opposite. Where like when I finished It Takes Two, I was like kind of low on it. Or not low, but like I was kind of like, okay, this was fine. But I think the more and more time went on, especially like after I played games like Kenna Bridge of Spirits and Psychonauts 2, which I would say is like in a similar ballpark to it. Like I realized that like It Takes Two is still like it's definitely the best like 3D platformer outside of Ratchet & Clank, but it's definitely the best like 3D platformer I played of the year. So that definitely ended up bolstering my opinion of It Takes Two. But yeah, The Rock is in talks to do It Takes Two movie, which is like, why? But I mean, he'll do anything. Seen cast for Tales of the Walking Dead. I mean, like, Tales of the Walking Dead's like supposed to be a like it's a what do you call it? Anthology series, right?
It's okay, Clementine. You can pet her.
Yeah, this is a weird grouping of people. Oh, thank God Alpha's gonna be on there. Thank God for that. Is Rosita still alive on the main show? How is she still alive?
What's this?
Olivia Munn's gonna be on it. That's something. Parker Posey.
Yeah, but don't
Terry
lick it.
Crews.
It's gross.
Did you lick it?
I don't know.
I forgot. Cowboy Bebop got canceled, right? Their fucking 2021 show. I kind of forgot about that. I did not like. I know most people didn't like it, but I actually. What the fuck is up with? I haven't been looking at the screen. The lighting is so fucked here. It doesn't really like. It doesn't look as bad on the stream though. It kind of irritates. Yeah, the stream doesn't look as bad as what this does in real life.
Well, better now we got Doc.
I was a great villain for Walking Dead. Yeah. I ended up watching the end of the Whisper stuff, but
yeah, he probably talks a little more than he ought to.
Alpha in the comics is fine though.
What do you think we might eat?
I'm sure the show version's
Mama's
fine.
cooking up some good grub.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, definitely. Gabriel Cade is definitely number one on the Marquesas player ranking. If it wasn't for these people that wanted to play the game, Gabriel Cade would have won the show. So.
You found it too, huh? Lee, they're hiding something behind this door. I got a quick look. They got boxes of stuff.
Yeah, Kathy's. I think my opinion of Kathy's game as a whole went down after my Marquesas rewatch. Like, I still hold her in pretty high regard, especially like for the time. But I feel like she definitely has like failings in how she maneuvers the end game. Oh fuck! I wasn't looking. Oh no! I pissed off Kenny. Okay, that's actually no. We can't piss off Kenny. We need to start this over. Fuck! We're almost 4 hours into this. How am I not done with episode 2 yet? I'm like not even that close either. I'm probably like barely halfway. Oh, this replay is going to take longer than I thought then. I thought for sure we would get to episode 3 here.
You can pet her.
It's okay, go ahead.
Ooh, that does look really nice, the One Piece ship.
Whoa. Katja says Mabel could have her baby tonight.
We'll see, Clementine.
I forgot when is that coming out? Do we have a date for that yet? The One Piece live action series? That'll be interesting.
It's called a salt lick. Yeah, but don't lick it. It's gross.
Still very apprehensive as a whole, but definitely interesting there. Rob says Neo will be the first player to not win and be number one. Probably, yeah. And that's probably the case. And to be I think it's more with that. I think it's more so a failing of Jenna and his like a pro Rob.
Something metal and sharp.
Because I feel like as a whole, my opinion of Rob's game, like as time goes on, kind of goes down too. Like I've always like been very anti the Christie move.
You're being stupid, Kenny.
Stupid. Nice one, Lee.
Oh fuck! I just literally did the same thing again. I literally did the same thing again. Whatever. I'm just a fucking idiot. Yeah, that's what I get for not paying attention. But yeah, so I mean, I'm sure Pearl Islands will have a different number one.
It's okay, go ahead.
Probably. All Stars will have a different number one. I mean, really, actually, at that point, it's a kind of a bit of a string. I think
have a baby tonight.
yeah, Vanuatu. I think Chris will probably be number one. Tom will probably be number one. Maybe Tom or Ian.
Yeah, but
I'll probably still go Tom, just because Tom doesn't end up outplaying Ian by the end.
I don't know.
Then what? Danny's not going to be number one. Aris is probably not number one. I mean, like, it's probably Suri, right, for Panama.
Don't get paranoid.
It's my job to be paranoid, Lee. I got my whole family.
Rob would have had a good chance of winning if he didn't vote out Chrissy.
What about Clem?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much.
I'll protect her no matter what.
I know you will.
Especially at the point where Jenna is vulnerable.
What's his name?
Where, like, again, I get his, like, his overall perception of Jenna at that point, where, like, Jenna had been wanting to quit. He thought that by keeping Jenna in the game, it would be someone that wouldn't have a chance at winning. But I think he just completely misread Jenna. Also, it's like, I think the move to get rid of Christy over getting rid of a duo is also just like a misguided notion to begin with. Again, like with the situation, like people, because like this is the thing that's credited to Rob. It's like, oh, he got rid of the swing vote. He innovated the move, like getting rid of the swing vote. Getting rid of the swing vote is very rarely ever the correct move. When you have a decision between voting for someone that may or may not be against you over someone that is for sure against you, it is always the best move to get rid of the person that is for sure against you. As long as you don't personally forget that person that you don't know for sure is with or against you could still be against you. But yeah, like the concept of the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Like, I just think that's a fucking dumb concept for Survivor.
Shit, I thought that was Danny. Whatever.
Can I help you boys find something?
And Big Brother. We're really reality TV. Ours going Mary. That's cool. I'm kind of surprised they actually built these, like, all these big ships here.
No, we're fine. Just looking around.
No problem. Hey, do me a favor. Don't fuck around with this door, okay? Just, Mama gets nervous.
Again, it would be really interesting to see how this plays out, because like I just cannot imagine One Piece in live action form. I would probably have Jenna above Matt at this point. I don't know. Like, Jenna's first 2/3 of the game are much stronger than Matt's, but then Matt's like back third is stronger than Jenna's. But I think at the end of the day, I probably still, I probably would lean towards Jenna being higher at this point. Skinny Ryan number one for Providence, obviously, and Skinny Ryan 1, Lil 2.
So, how does a woman like yourself run this whole place?
Fuck, are we not gonna finish episode? I don't think we're even gonna finish episode 2 this stream. I think we'll play until we get locked up in the meat locker. And we'll probably end, because that's probably like, what, 15-20 minutes away? Yeah, I can't believe how long this is taking us. God damn. Wait, this is not where I'm going. I need to get the fucking... need to cut off the generator, right? But yeah, like Cook Islands will be Yule, I would assume. Earl is going to be number one in Fiji. God damn, I hit the mic. Todd is going to be number one. So, I mean, that's going to be a decent string. Parvati may or may not be number one. It'll probably be... Suri or Parvati is kind of tough in Micronesia. And, like, obviously, I'm kind of more inclined to give it to Suri, because she would have won. Or, like, it seems like she would have won had it actually had been a Final 30, which they were all planning on it being. And, like, I do think she was the, like, idea person. Like, she's the person that created the ideas of the plans the Black Widow Brigade was going to execute. And also does help in the execution of it. But then, obviously, I think Parvati is more integral in creating the Black Widow Brigade and putting that group together. So I think, like, which one do you put more credence into is kind of a debate there. But it's relatively close. Would love the animated anthology Mass Effect series. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Really, I mean, like, yeah, more exploration of the Mass Effect universe I think would be really cool. Yeah, Gabon player ranking is insane. Like, it would be ridiculous. Like, I think if I were, like, I think out of any of the player rankings I'll ever do, I think Gabon might be the lowest that a winner places on their individual player ranking. Maybe Australian Survivor 2016. But, yeah, like, Bob, like, where would he even land on the player ranking of Gabon? I really don't know. Preview of the next episode, Roxroy is making it All Guys Alliance. Do I think it'll pull through? By the fact that it's in the preview, I would say no. I would lean towards no. Cool, I'm still getting the wanna be famous
Someone's
things.
getting a little curious, aren't they?
I don't mean to cry.
Yeah, Nicole was what, 8th, I think?
Just some odds and ends. Takes a lot to run a farm, you know.
Yeah, Nicole may, I mean, not Nicole, Bob may or may not be around 8th. I don't know. Like, I mean, like, I would have Sugar, Maddie, Kenny, probably Crystal. I don't know. Crystal had, like, no, like, Crystal was not a very likely winner. In terms of, like, she didn't really have much jury support. But I think she, like, strategically navigated through the game more interesting. Marcus would be higher. Randy and Corinne are kind of weird cases.
Just gonna borrow this.
Or, like, I think I'll have to, like, debate that. But, like, I think there's a serious debate for Bob probably being, like, 9 or 10 on a Gabon player ranking. Player ranking of Celebrity Australian Survivor would be funny. I mean, like, Imogen's probably 1.
Guess I'm gonna need a screwdriver for this.
Like, probably Justin might be 2. Yeah, like, I don't know where Guy lands. Probably like 5 or 6 or so. Oh, I'm an idiot. Like, why'd he, like, scream out in pain? Whatever. But no, like, Marcus wouldn't be number 1 in a Gabon player ranking. But, he would be relatively high. Like, I think he might be the highest any pre-merge boot would be on a respective player ranking. Where, like, I think Maddie would be number 1, and I think Kenny would be number 2, but I think Marcus could very likely be number 3. Is Coven better than Spy Girls? I mean, yes. Like, is that a question? I think it's insulting to think the Spy Girls could even be above the Coven. Is Jackie higher? I don't think so. I think that's too far back.
Careful, don't spook her.
But, like, I think you can make an argument. I mean, Jackie was in a higher position in the Alliance than Bob was. So, like, had she not been swap screwed, she probably would have been in it for a long haul more than Bob.
I knew you'd find it. You said you would.
Listen.
Or, like, obviously Bob ends up getting really lucky and everything.
Did you see any strangers around?
Like, for the UK Panama player ranking, obviously everyone is, obviously. I mean, no one can guess who the top 2 are.
Okay,
I know it'll shock people.
Do you think you'll ever have kids?
Team Business B or Petty Betty? I'm personally Team Business B.
I'd like to someday. Maybe a little like you.
The Petty Betty just doesn't, it didn't really click with me, that DR. I feel like the Business B one's more fun.
Do you want to pet the cow with me?
Jillian should be higher than Bob, why not? Can't think of another all-woman BB Alliance. Yeah, I mean, there aren't that many, like, named ones, are there? And, like, usually, like, a lot of the named ones, like, usually have, like, one token guy in there, like Keith's Angels.
Mom, Dad, Dinner time!
Keith Angels wasn't even a real alliance, right?
Okay, honey, let's get that.
Whatever. Like, it was just like what he called, like he just like called all the women Keith's Angels, right? But like it wasn't actually like a formal alliance.
Don't make the children wait.
Make an excuse for you. Get that thing off.
Top 2, Sarah and Typhon. I mean, obviously Typhon has to be number 1. Best player of all time. Netflix Geek Week. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool if we hear more One Piece stuff there. I remember watching there was one... actually, was that last E3? Like, around E3 time? But I remember, like, expecting to see a lot of Witcher stuff, and then we got, like, almost no Witcher stuff. I remember being disappointed by that. Is Bridget the last of the merge players? Yeah, I think so. I don't remember if I had Bridget above or below Drew, but if I were to guess, I would say, yeah, I think Bridget is the lowest of the people that make the merge. Would Dez be above Chrissy? I mean, no. But so Christy would probably be like... I think there's a lot of people that would be higher than Christy. Like Lee, L, Flick, probably Matt.
You got in that back room?
Probably Sam. For sure Brooke. I don't think I can put Sue above Christy. Jenna Louise, maybe.
Nothing to worry.
But I'm realistic. Probably Christy would be above Jenna Louise. But like Phoebe would probably be above Christy. Oh, is that it? I mean, like, who else in the... Maybe Craig would be above Christy.
Excuse us, we had to block the back door after Walker got upstairs.
Maybe, like, debatably, like a Connor and Kate.
Ain't been back inside since.
So, like, I could see, like, Christy for sure being, like, number 10 or so. Rowan, no, I don't think... Like, Rowan, like goes out due to a weird circumstance, but also is, like, I think a lot more, like, active in making that happen through, like, his poor relationships with Kat and him playing the idol on Phoebe. We've seen Bridget's game. She's literally insulting. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like Bridget. It's like she's not even trying to win. Like she doesn't even want to win. Like she wants to make the merge. Like that's literally like her goal in the game, which is like whatever. Oh no, it wasn't to make the merge. It was to win a challenge, right? Wasn't that her goal? It was something like that. It was something fucking dumb. Oh, yeah, Peter Figs or whatever his name is, definitely best player of the EU 2016. I feel like he's probably one of the most forgettable people on Australian Survivor. Or like, had you not mentioned him there, I would have completely forgot he even existed. How would I rank the BB10 jury game-wise? Like, rank them in terms of what? Like, I think there's a... Wait, aren't I supposed to go there? Yeah, okay. Like, I think there's some, like, solid players there. I think Libra is someone that had a decent strategic mind. Like, Keisha is a solid player. I'm too far. I guess, like, April's, like, an interesting player. I don't know how much, like, really say she's a good player.
What the hell?
And kind of the same thing with Michelle, where, like, I don't know how good Michelle really was, but, I mean, they're all, like, competent enough players, though. I don't think there's, like, anyone there that's, like, an actual, like, all-around bad player. Maybe, like, I think Ollie is probably the closest. I mean, Rennie, I guess, is, like, not great. I think out of the... Like, if I were to do BB10 player ranking, 1's Dan, 2 Memphis, 3 Keisha. And then at that point, I think it's a lot of people that are, like, kind of debatable. Or like, again, I still don't know what Jerry's jury chances were, and that would play a major factor into how he would be ranked. But Michelle or April or maybe Libra next. Again, like I think they're all like around the same ballpark.
Brothers.
Even Jesse would be like kind of high, I feel like.
Dinner.
Like credit the Coven or Dan for getting Jesse out. Well, I mean, it's not really the full Coven because it's just Libra and Keisha, where like April wants Jesse to stay. Yeah, I do think like obviously like the start of the flip was Libra and
Spit that out!
Lee, what's going on?
It was Libra and Keisha, and through Keisha they had Rennie, and then they just need Dan. So Dan's like kind of deciding factor there, but then he creates this like final two with Memphis.
Right here is fucking insane.
This woman made you.
But it's definitely a move that benefits Dan more than anyone else.
Thank you, Larry.
You don't even have the
Dan and
decency
Memphis.
to take a handout when you're offered one.
But in terms of like getting the move to go into action to begin with, like I don't know, like the thing is like I am missing feeds information. So like for all I know, like for all I know, like Dan was the one to tell Keisha and Libra that we gotta flip the vote to save Memphis. But based on what I know from the show and
Lee, what the hell is wrong with you?
yeah, like it feels like it was more Keisha and Libra, and then they
What is going on?
and like I don't know how much of it was like pure game. Like I think there's obviously part of it, but like I feel like there's also like them just wanting to say fuck you to April was part, and like fuck you to Jesse who they just got in a fight with.
It's how I was raised and how I raised my boys.
Oh yeah, Lucinda should be on Game Changers. Australian Survivor Game Changers, you gotta have Lucinda. If they don't have Lucinda, then it's not true Game Changers for Australian Survivor.
We think we can put that meat to better use.
Oh, I'm gonna puke.
Yeah, the Coven as a trio hated each other, which is the funny thing. But then like there's points where
one way or another.
I actually like did April and Keisha ever really work that closely? Because I know Libra and April were like together at one point, then like Libra and Keisha.
Penny, no!
But like I feel like didn't April and Keisha like hate each other for most of the time?
We got lots of you.
But yeah, it is funny how like they never like fully like despite them being a trio, they never like fully worked as a trio that well.
Put your guns down. We're walking
UK Panama player ranking more ridiculous than Celebrity Bro 3? Not really. I mean, it's kind of just a more boring ranking, I think, where it's relatively close to Boot Order. I think the main difference from Boot Order is two of the people in the Pagonging being slightly higher than their placements, but it's mostly a boring. Well, I guess Susanna's not in Boot Order either, but still, not a great, not an interesting ranking, I should say. Yeah, it's fucking dumb that like Lee doesn't tell them why to stop. He just tells them to stop.
You can't keep us in here. Open up! I will tear you.
How much longer do I have? I feel like we still have like 30 minutes left, right? Which I don't know if I want to go for another 30.
Open this door, God damn it!
Especially if I like again debating over another stream tomorrow after the triple.
It was a person. I ate meat from a person. Does that mean I'm gonna turn into...
No, Clem, it doesn't work like that.
If he would have stopped us in time.
Come on, Dad. Now's not the time.
That evil fucker invited me to eat the meat.
Yeah, I hit 4 hours. I've been doing 4 hours like every stream recently. Like I can't even like when was the last stream that I did less than 4 hours? Let's look this up.
They locked us in here.
Yeah, since it was what March 30th. So it's been almost a month since I've had a stream that didn't hit 4 hours.
Dad,
so.
Please stop.
This goddamn film sucker was the one.
We're having number 2 on Kagiyan player ranking.
I'm I'm scared.
It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna find us a way out of here.
Actually, I never thought of this before. Would it be Trish? Yeah, it would probably either be Trish or Spencer. Or, I mean, like, it's like Wu, it's like he was one move away from winning. But the fact that he doesn't make that move is something you gotta knock him for, right? And like Spencer, the weird thing is that like, you know, he's obviously like in and out of the majority for a lot of the game, doesn't really hold a lot of control in the end game, but you know, is also like 2 comps away from winning the game in like unanimous fashion. Where like I think Spencer's for sure the best of the underdogs, of like the people that come out of that merge vote down in numbers. I would say he's better than Cass in the sense that he had a lot more win equity.
I'll break that damn door down!
Dad, you can't get... Easy!
Yeah, I mean, Dad? I think it might be Spencer. Or Trish. I mean, again, like, Trish,
Dad, come on!
Like a lot of her game was more so, like, kind of booning Tony's game. Even to the point where, like, Tony decides to vote her out, to get her jury vote. Which, by the way, I will say, like, there's a lot of, like, talk online about how Tony didn't really want Trish out. It was Wu that wanted Trish out, and Tony just tagged along. That's not what actually happened. Like, what actually happened is that, and you can tell this by, if you actually look at the footage, like, this is very clear this is what happened, is that Wu told Tony that he was going to flip, but then decided, like, to flip to vote out Trish, but then decided not to. And then it was Tony that told Wu, no, we are going to flip. You go to Spencer and Cass and tell them you're going to flip now, because, like, he actually decided at that point that, yeah, I am going to flip. I am going to take out Trish. And it is Tony that really does lead the, that does make the decision to vote out Trish, and not Wu. And you can tell this by the footage, and that's why, like, Wu is doing this, like, terrible acting job when he's telling Trish and Cass that, like, oh yeah, I'm in on the plan, that sort of thing. It's like he literally, like, was just told by Tony to go and tell them.
Come on.
We'll side with Kenny.
Let's get this over.
Yeah, and Trish caused the merge vote, which a lot of credit to give to her there. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It probably would be Trish 2, Spencer 3. Actually, too fair. Like, LJ, would LJ be above Spencer? It's like, because, like, if the move doesn't happen at 9, but then it was pretty much always going to happen at 9. But, like, let's say LJ survives that round. Like, at that point, he has Jeffra fully loyal to him, Cass, who doesn't want to flip against him, Trish, who is very unlikely to flip against him, until, like, the end game. Like, he's in a pretty good spot. Which is why Tony needed to make a move at 9, but...
You okay?
Why, Lee? Lily said he wasn't dead.
He was dead.
He was dead, Clementine.
What if he wasn't?
Nope, he was dead.
I promise. I know. But you gotta be
Yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, the Kageon player rank is kind of fucked after Tony.
Like what?
Actually, I forgot. I didn't do the IOI player ranking, did I?
Those pretend talks.
I keep on, like, thinking like I had already done an IOI player ranking, but I never did.
We're gonna get out, right?
Which that would be kind of a funny one too.
I'm working on it.
I think obviously Tommy Lauren one too, but like beyond that, I think it's kind of a bit of a mess.
Lily, I'm sorry.
Don't talk to me, Lee.
Kageon's BB Can 5, yeah. Again, like I think they're both like in a similar tier reality television for me. I think at this point, like, BB Can 5 is possibly my favorite Big Brother season ever.
He did what he had to, so we can all go on living.
For what? He's got his family, and you've got Clementine. I've got nothing. You've left me with nothing.
There ought to be an air duct behind
You know, screw it. Let's just finish this tonight, I guess.
No, Lee. Seems like a long shot.
Okay, so I don't know. Should I stream tomorrow? I can, if I really want to. I might, like, I think maybe we'll hop on real quick and do, like, episode 3.
Maybe there's something else we could use. I've got a rock.
And just, like, talk about the triple eviction for maybe, like, an hour and a half or 2 hours or however long it takes. I think Lucinda and Kim are worse than Wendy Jo. I mean, like, both of them are kind of weird cases where, like, they both kind of, like, they both quit, essentially. But, like, Kim in particular is, like, one that, like, she seemed like she could have done well had she cared, but she just didn't care. Oh, I'm an idiot. What do I need again here? Oh, I need to get the fucking coin from fucking Larry, right?
Why can't you just leave me alone?
Only stream if Kevlino goes home. Yeah, I mean, like, actually, if it ends up being, like, a boring Marty Jace triple eviction, like, is there really a point in streaming? Like, how much is there really to say? Do I like Kevin? I mean, at this point, I think I'm all in on the Kevin win. Where, like, I feel like, to me, that's just, like, by far the most satisfying conclusion to the season. Like, I think he's by far the best player of the season. I think he, like, has played the most interesting game. He's one of the better characters of the season. I just think, all around, I would prefer a Kevin win. Make a Telltale Walking Dead character ranking. That could be interesting. I think I have that listed as a video idea.
You have to do.
I think the thing is, like, where do I limit it? Like, who do I consider as part of the list? There's a lot of characters, right? Especially if we're going beyond season 1. I feel like season 1's, like, kind of easy to do. But yeah, like, once you get to, like, season 2, season 3, the final season is, like, there's so many characters at that point.
Here we go.
Thought Kevin would be a first, third boot. Yeah, I mean, like, I think a lot of people did in the preseason. Yeah, like, when he's, like, in his intro, he's talking about how he's gonna eliminate all of Canada's favorites. Like, it did very much feel.
It's not coming off that way.
Like, I mean, he was someone that was, like, playing it up for the camera. But yeah, and saying that he's been able to play as well as he has.
Got it? Yeah, one more should do it.
Yeah, where was he in my preseason? Let's see. Did he eliminate Cam's favorites? I mean, he's about to eliminate Gino, who I think is, like, the Facebook fan favorite. If not, like, Gino and Marty are the two favorites there. So it's like, and if he eliminates Marty in the triple, then he pretty much has at that point. And then if he eliminates Summer down the road, then he's eliminating Twitter's favorite. I had Kevin number 13 out of 16. I forgot I had Gino 15. I had Betty at 16 preseason.
Go quickly.
I'm scared.
You'll be fine.
Actually, it's fine. Yeah, I didn't realize it. Outside of Josh and Helena, everyone left the game was in my bottom half in the preseason.
You'll be fine.
What do I do when I get out?
See if you can get to the other side of that door and open it.
Yeah, like one was Josh, 2 Herman, 3 Moose, 4 Helena, 5 T, 6 Kyle, 7 Jess, 8 Melina. I forgot I was high on Melina. Then you get the Jace, Summer at 10, Jay at 11, Marty at 12. I forgot it was that low on Marty. Then Kevin, Steph, Gino, Betty. Yeah, Steph's the only person that was, like, at the very bottom of my list that actually went home so far. But soon it'll be Gino.
Leave me alone.
Lee, I can see him.
It's not safe in here.
For God's sake, Lee.
I think she is actively worst player ever. Survived 2 tribals. To survive 2 tribals, probably. Again, she didn't make my top 10 mainly because she does survive those 2 tribals. But if we're talking about like people that survive 2 tribals, then yeah, I think she's definitely up there. Because most people that end up on my top, actually, I think everyone that made my top 10, if not very close to everyone, were people that were voted out at the first opportunity. Do I think Australian Survivor is the worst tribe division? I think it's pretty bad. Where they do men versus women, but then randomly have a man on the women's tribe and a woman on the man's tribe. And also like have the inclusion of Ben. That was his name, right? The military guy. Yeah, I forgot. Like, I don't know why in retrospect, I should not have been high on Melina. Like, I really don't know why I was high on Melina. Whereas, like, she was, like, openly telling, like, through her, like, intro and everything, she openly talks about how much she doesn't like people and everything. Like, in retrospect, shouldn't have been high on, wait, am I supposed to talk to him? Is that what I'm doing? But yeah, should not have been high on Melina in retrospect. But for some reason, I was relatively high on her. Would Garrett be at the bottom? No. David Sansom's worse than Garrett. And even beyond that, like, I would argue Jatia is worse. Even though Jatia's, like, outlasts him. Like, I do feel like she plays that round, I mean, she really plays their entire game really bad, but... like, really, like, the entirety of her first 2 rounds are, like, really terrible. And, like, Garrett makes, like, a critical error. But I think had, like, more potential moving forward had he, not been taken out there. Draft was Melina, Moose, Kyle Herman. Yeah, that didn't work out too well. You had Gino too. I don't get why. Like, I personally don't get why people were high on Gino in the preseason. I was like super low on Gino. And to be fair, Gino ends up being the exact player I thought he would be. Like, he literally ends up being exactly what I thought he'd be. Oh, fuck. Almost failed that. Okay. I mean, yeah, Ben is, like, the entire thing with Ben is fucking dumb. Like, why on a celebrity Australian Survivor season do we just have a random military guy being put on a tribe as a reward? And, like, he's an actual player. It's like, what the fuck? Well, I say Tori or Nora are worst player. I would say, like, I would have more faith in Tori in any given game than Nora. But I expect Tori to be a boot soon.
Cannibalism is not the answer.
Actually, I'm going to have to probably talk about that potentially in my worst players to make the merge. Because if I remember right, I think Nora might be in the top 10 as of right now. So yeah, I might have to make that decision on is Tori. Oh no, wait, I did not mean to do that. I'm a fucking idiot. I literally did this twice now where, like, I did something fucked instead of Clementine. Oh, whatever.
No!
Gotcha.
Let's go. I'll keep Clementine.
I mean, I always thought Gino was going to have a deep run. However, I had no faith in Gino as a player to actually win. And to be fair, Gino is actually Gino is the biggest jury threat in the game right now. But, like, I had no real faith in his overall strategic ability coming into the season.
Kitty.
top 10 worst pre-All-Stars. I haven't done a worse, like, based on points in Survivor history at this point. I don't know if I will. I mean, maybe pre-All-Stars could be interesting. But I don't know if I will do anything, like, beyond that, as I feel like at that point, yeah, it's not super interesting. I think Battle of the Sexes in general is a terrible tribe division. Not, I don't think it's not ideal. Like, it's not the theme that I would pick. Especially because I think it leads to a lot of misogyny. I think it's even worse for, like, the challenge. I feel like the challenge Battle of the Sexes is really terrible.
Two left. Where? Larry's dead.
But even Survivor, yeah, it's not ideal.
Tried to feed him to us.
Do you think Rochefort could go home to Do or Die? I think that's a very likely possibility. I think if anyone's going home from Do or Die this season, I think Rox feels like the person that would. Or maybe Lindsay. I think those are probably the two. Two of, like, the quieter edits on the board. I believe, actually, something I didn't even realize until the merge is that Jonathan actually has the second least amount of confessionals this season. Where, like, where Lindsay is at the bottom, but then, like, Jonathan's second from the bottom. Where, because of the merge ups and everything, Rox actually has more confessionals than Jonathan at this point, which is interesting. And it's also the thing that factoring into me probably not thinking Jonathan's going to win. Considering even with, like, a Wendell, who is, like, this under-edited alpha male-esque winner,
It's me.
but yeah, like, even in that situation, like, Wendell was still, like, in the top half of confessional getters. Like, he was just, like, under-edited in comparison to most other male winners, but he was still, like, towards the top. Like, Jonathan's, like, towards the bottom. And that's very abnormal for a winner like him, if he were to win. Rob Z would make the top 10 worst? Probably not, to be honest. I mean, again, like, he survived, like, 2 tribals. Even though he votes incorrectly, it's like, I would say Stephanie Dill is a worse player than Rob Z.
Think about what you do.
And, like, even Jed. I'll have to rewatch Thailand, though. I feel like, if I remember right, like, I don't remember exactly the, like, what went on during the Jed boot. But yeah, I would definitely say Stephanie for sure is below. And then Stephanie was, like, sick at the time, so I think that's something that definitely plays a factor.
Let her go, Brenda.
So.
I'll do it. Please.
Surprised Jeff didn't make it easier to find. Actually, who was there? It was Xander, right? That got the decision? Or that was on the bench? It is kind of surprising that he didn't find it.
Please don't make this any worse.
Just stop.
Most confessions that Lindsay got in an episode is 2. That seems apt. Hey.
I said, don't move, asshole.
Yeah, so we just got the fight with Andy St. John, right? So we're almost at the end.
That ain't gonna happen.
For some reason, this is like a scene that's always stuck to my mind. This is like one of the most ridiculous fucking scenes, but it's one that, like, I just find, like, really funny for some reason. The way that, like, Lee fights with Andy St. John.
Think you are. Look at what you've done.
And the way that Andy St. John talks, too, in this entire scene.
You think I'm playing here, boy? All we wanted was gas.
How many pre-All-Stars made the worst player list? I don't think that many, if I remember right. If I remember right, I think it was a lot of people from the Middle Ages of Survivor. Where I think it was a lot of people from, like, let's say 11 through 30. I think that's probably, like, where the bulk of the players came from. Where, like, I don't think there were any from the modern, like, really modern era, and I don't think there were that many from early on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Marcel Chase is on there. Did he get arrested twice? Ezra Miller? Which... Yeah, I'm assuming, oh, she's not gonna help, right? Yeah, fuck you, Lily. Dave Cruiser did not make the list, but the other one might have. I actually genuinely don't remember. Did Chicken make the list? If he did, he barely did, I think. Actually, oh wait, no. I think he's in the thumbnail. I'm a fucking idiot. I think he made the list. I think he's in the thumbnail if I remember right now. Did Jenna get arrested recently? I don't know, did she recently? I know she got arrested at the time Winners at War. Or like a little bit before it, but I don't know if she got arrested more recently. Yeah, I'm assuming the Flash isn't gonna stick. Did they refilm Flashpoint though? Because if they did, what are you gonna do with that now? Are they just gonna can it? I feel like that's pretty unlikely.
Is that all you got, Lee?
Does George make worst returning? If I were to do a returning list, then yeah, Chicken George would make the top 10.
It's over!
Yeah, that's like the way he says it's over is fuck me. This entire like scene is for some reason like something super memorable.
I said it's over. Just walk away.
John Raymond, I don't think walk away from me, Lee. But yeah, I think John Raymond, if I remember right, he was number 10. And then I took him off because I think I talked about this when I recorded it, which was like months ago at this point. But I recorded the video and then completely forgot about Drew Christie. So I had to re-record a lot of the video. Yeah, I had to re-record a lot of the video because I had to add Drew Christie to the list. And I think John Raymond like moved out of the top 10 because of that. Kel Gleason was also close, I think. I think he was honorable mention. Yeah, I'll be honest, like at this point, I don't fully remember a lot of the list. I know there's a decent amount of honorable mentions, though. And I'll be honest, like if you were to ask me about the Big Brother one, I legitimately would have like almost no memory. Like I know a lot of the big names made it onto the top 10. Or at least a lot of the big names that were early boots made it onto the top 10. But I don't remember the exact placements or anything. Like I know number 1. Actually, I think I remember like 2.
Hey, Lee.
Probably 3, but yeah, like most of the list, I don't fully remember. This Saturday will be the Survivor Top 10 Worst Players of All Time list, which will be interesting. And then the Saturday after that will be the Big Brother version.
My God, does she know?
She's not stupid, Connie.
I think both made the list, but I might be wrong. Jacob Derwin did not make the list. I know Jacob Derwin didn't.
Yeah, I found it while I was looking for the people who shot Mark. Do you want it?
Which thankfully also, from this season, no one would have made the list because I made it before 42. Not that we had like elite players here, but yeah, no one would have made the list anyway.
Hun, go on ahead and give me and Lee a second.
Yeah, is All Stars 3 and Worst Cooks going to be at the same time? That's going to be really weird.
There's going to be fall.
Worst players will hit 100K. I kind of hope it doesn't, personally. Like, it'll be, I mean, obviously, like in terms of like getting views and subs and that sort of thing will be cool, but like at the end of the day, it's like I don't really care that much anymore. And I feel like I would rather like, even though I wish I made the season ranking a bit better, but like I'm pretty content with the season ranking being my number 1 video, and then the winner ranking being number 2. I'll be really fucking annoyed though if my Yu-Gi-Oh series ranking ends up passing it, which it's kind of on pace to eventually do so right now, which is really disturbing. But my Yu-Gi-Oh! Series ranking is like my best performing video, like day to day at this point.
Hey, Dad.
And like I believe it's actually like almost in my top 5 videos now. I think it's number 6. So I think Drew Christie is the latest player on the list. I think. Yeah, I think he is, because I don't think there's anyone from the 30s at all. So I think Drew Christie's the latest person. Yeah, I know that like, a lot of people like worst things. Like it's like I guess just people like negative opinions on things, right? It's like the same thing with the Jeff Probst's least favorite player video. Like that did better than Jeff Probst's favorite player video. Actually, I forgot this was here. Where we have to do this. I'm first to do a worst player list on YouTube. Well, thank God.
Crap.
I know for Big Brother, Peridium did a video on Jacob Hurd and like talk about like this is the worst player in Big Brother history or something like that. So I know he at least did that.
This food could save all of us.
Actually, I think Jay Vatters did one, right? If I remember right. Oh, I'm pretty confident it will get 10. I'll be pretty surprised if it doesn't get 10K.
You don't know if these people are dead.
But yeah, I think Jay Vatters did one, because I remember like isn't that the thing we were talking about, that like he put Aaron Reichenbach as like a top 10 worst player of all time, and like a couple other ones that were like kind of just dumb, but yeah.
What if it's not? What if it's not abandoned? What if it is someone's?
Watch Mojo did a top 10 shocking eliminations reality TV. Michaela was on the list? I have all the ones. We're putting Michaela? I feel like Michaela is fine, but like definitely not even a top 10 shocking one on Survivor. Do we take it or not? I mean, we're already been a dick in front of I was gonna say Caroline, in front of Clementine, so fuck it, let's just take it.
We have to take this, Clementine. We need it to survive.
Who says it's your decision to make?
Hey, we don't have time for this shit. Like it or not, we need this food.
Did I consider controversial figures like Ben Browning and Shannon Elkins? Yes. Shannon Elkins, I'm pretty confident, is on the list. Ben Browning, I very much debated over. And in retrospect, again, I actually like just rewatched the beginning of Samoa not too long ago, because I was like watching the beginning of Will Neff's reaction. In retrospect, Ben Browning probably should have been on. Like I think it's worse than I remembered with Ben Browning. Like even like obviously like just in general the Yasmin stuff and the racism, but like also just like overall gameplay, it's pretty bad. I think the thing that I still like lean towards not putting him on is the fact that he did survive 2 tribals without being voted out there. Like he survives both the Marisa and the Betsy vote, and the Marisa vote is one that like he in particular like wanted to happen, or like he's the person that had like the biggest feud with Marisa. So it's like yeah, I mean he probably wouldn't have made it, but like I probably would more so consider it now than what I did when I made the video. Do I think the Stranger this season's a great villain? Not like he's not really a great villain, but I think he's a villain that very much like satisfies the themes of the narrative. Like I think in terms of like him as like a menacing figure or whatever, then no. I mean like he's just kind of like there. But it's like I think in terms of like the themes of the narrative, in terms of like the ramification, like you see like the
it's yours now.
Like the ramifications of Lee's actions across the game. I do think it was a satisfying like antagonist for the end there.
Hey, There were some batteries in one of those boxes. I thought they might work.
But I do think if this was a game, but then like also it's kind of fucking dumb if you don't take the stuff. Like the fact that the stranger's still so fucking pissed at you anyway is fucking ridiculous. I didn't even think about that until now. It's like, yeah, actually, it was probably better that we did take the stuff here from a narrative perspective, because if you don't, then it's fucking dumb. Is Lily worse than Arvo and Jane? No, Arvo is the worst character in all of gaming. Yeah, we're playing Renegade Lee now. I wasn't going to when we started, but I fucked up a few times, so fuck it, we're doing it. Imagine if there was like a Paragon Renegade system in Telltale games. Interesting storyline, 400 days. You got what? Like what? You got Vince. You got Bonnie. You got what was her name? Shell.
Okay.
Where's your hat?
I feel like probably Shell.
Sure.
I don't know. I never actually cared enough to rank them, but like, I feel like I think the characters. I think probably like Bonnie is probably the most interesting character. But I think that might be influenced by the fact that she's obviously more of a major character in the second game.
Don't worry, little girl. Bandits got their eye on that dairy.
I always found this to be a weird ending to episode 2, by the way. Where it's like, it's weird that this is like supposed to be this like big, like shocking thing when it's like, wait, is that, I'm pretty sure okay. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to go to black, not keep on the static, but whatever. Yeah, it's supposed to be like this big shocking thing when it's like, it literally like only plays into like the first like 30 minutes of the next game. Like it's a barely relevant thing.
I told you this town is tapped. Do you have any idea what we had to do to get all that? We need to leave.
Yeah. Wyatt and Russell, yeah. Actually, Wyatt might be the better one. They're all kind of like around the same ballpark, though. I don't think any of them are like that amazing, but like none of them are like really bad either. I feel like Vince is probably one of the more forgettable ones, I guess. I mean, like he's like what, like doing, like he's on the prison bus, right?
I'm the one keeping this group going.
We can sort this all out,
Like
right?
Bonnie is there like a husband and wife, and she's like sleeping with the guy, right? And then you have Shell with her sister, and they have to like escape from the community. Wyatt is there with his friend. I haven't even been paying attention. I've been getting trophies. I forgot that they were like, there's a new set of trophies for these. Then Russell's what was that guy's name? The douchebag guy. I don't know, whatever. They're all like kind of just Oh, yeah, we'll play 400 days here. We'll talk about it when we get to it. Vince's voiced by the same guy that did Stranger. I didn't know that. That's fucking weird. Rank the Life is Strange next episode previews. I feel like the only one that sticks to my mind is the End of the World party. Yeah, what are the other ones? I don't even remember them anymore. But again, we'll play Life is Strange on here soon too. After we're done Walking Dead Telltale, that's literally the next thing we'll play. Which again, debatable. Like I might hold off a little bit on that one till, again, like after the week after Survivor, I'm planning on taking that week off of work, so I might try to do like a daytime stream, like I did the last time I took time off work, to where maybe like that'll be Life is Strange. Seems like a type of game that I could do in one stream, do in like a 6-hour period or so. I think maybe that could be a thing we do then. Yeah, episode 4 of Life is Strange season 1 is the best episode of the series. It's not really close either. Like I think it's like far and away the best. Like even when adding in like season 2, season 3. When KH4 comes out, would I do a playthrough of the series? I could try to. I haven't played. I've only played every Kingdom Hearts game all the way through once, right? So yeah, we can try. I forgot about it. I never finished Kingdom Hearts 1. I forgot about that. Because I fucking died at the, towards the end of the final Ansem fight. And I was just like, fuck it. So that might be interesting. I think for sure we'll play Kingdom Hearts 3. We'll see about the other ones. Because then, do I really want to play, Rechain? And do I really want to play, I'm Birth by Sleep, I think I'll be more apt to replay. Actually, I still haven't even fully played through Melody of Memory. But I don't know how much I care enough to play through Melody of Memory. Or, I played the demo when that came out. And then, I did buy the full game not too long ago. And then tried a bit. But it's, not really my thing. And also, it's, such a nothing narrative, though. I do Walking Dead's daytime streams. I could. Is that I'm too fair. I probably could, especially now that I'm not trying to play these other games on my own. I probably could just do daytime streams instead nowadays. But who the fuck's gonna show up on weekdays during the daytime? Probably not many people. So I don't know. Get a DS for days. I have a DS. I don't own 358/2 though. I probably should get a copy of it. Realistically, I own Dream Drop Distance on 3DS. But again, that's on. You can play it on PS4. But yeah, I probably should buy a copy of 358. I'm really in general. There's a lot of old, not old games. I mean, I guess DS is kind of old at this point, but a lot of games from around that era that I probably should get, especially now that again, it's not like I don't have the money. Then again, I think that might still be somewhat expensive, but so definitely probably should get a copy of it eventually. Again, I wouldn't consider So Kim as a worse player. Vince Sly is someone that came very close to organizing a 3-2-1 in a way that the only reason it doesn't go through is doing something that was out of his control. I would actually consider Nina on the list more so than I would consider Vince. And then again, Jacob Derwin is an honorable mention, and then Reem, yeah, potentially. I think she was honorable mention, and Natalie Cole wasn't really that close to making it, but I can see the argument. Asher's Playroom from Daytime Stream. I mean, I can just Asher's Playroom is just kind of a short game, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure I finished it in less than 2 hours, just going through the levels. Obviously, I didn't 100% complete it or anything. I didn't platinum it, but I think we could do a stream of that at some point. Is platinuming Asher's Playroom. So that's something. Does Sarah Hanlon want to go back on Big Brother? I don't believe so. If I were to truly guess, I would say probably no. But you never really know until they actually do an All-Star season. Remember watch Young Justice? I haven't watched Young Justice ever, so I probably won't. Yeah, I forgot about Nina Porsche. Yeah, the greatest player of all time. Shane a better player than Marion? Maybe. I think it's kind of a two-sided thing. I think Shane has I think Shane is someone that was more respected in the game, where I think if Shane got to the end of his season, I think he's much more likely to win that season than Marion is. But I think Marion, had it not been for them just coming into the merge down numbers, I think Marion would have had an easier road in getting to the end than Shane. So I think it's like, could go either way. I don't think Miriam was that likely on winning champions, though, based on how that season was playing out. Where it didn't seem like she had that much respect by the time they got to merge. But I mean, we'll see soon. We'll get a more definitive answer pretty soon. We'll see how that turns out. Yeah, when are we getting Return to the Outcast stuff? That's probably like less than a month away until we get preseason stuff for that. So that should be fun. Yeah. So Sheamus is still your win pick. I don't remember who I decided on my. I don't think I actually formally made one, but yeah, Sheamus isn't a bad pick. I think it's definitely a solid pick there. I think Philip would be a funny pick. Like when I'm like kind of running through them in my head, it would be funny to pick Philip. I won't, but yeah, I think picking someone from the pre-merge tribe is probably the right spot to go. Yeah. We're almost 5 hours into this, by the way. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? It's almost fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. Fuck. This is a disaster. I do not want to go this long. I really shouldn't. Fuck. Okay. So, again, may or may not stream tomorrow night. I'm kind of leaning towards not, considering how fucking late I went tonight. But, we'll see how the triple eviction goes. I might be fucking tired, though. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, triples tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun. I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers until I watch it, so that's gonna be kind of annoying because Hams is gonna do his thing. But yeah, so that's gonna be. So again, may or may not be here tomorrow. I will say, like, if I'm not here. I mean, when's the episode's at 8, right? I mean, so I'll probably just start around the same time, even if I were to stream. So yeah, like I'll probably, if I do decide to stream, I'll be here by around 11. If you don't see me there within like 10 minutes of 11, I probably won't stream. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the triple turns out. And no matter what, I will be back by Sunday. On Sunday for sure, we'll be back. Play more Walking Dead. And yeah, I mean that'll be. And if I don't talk about the triple tomorrow, then obviously we'll talk a lot about the triple there. We'll really have a good sense of where the game's going by that point. Where at that point we'll have Final 5 veto, and we'll know who's pretty much going to go home at Final 5. So that'll be kind of insane. Yeah, if only there was a community tab. Yeah, if only there was a thing like that I could use. I love how we still haven't even bothered to use it, which I do find kind of funny. I'm realistically, it's actually really sad. I really should have by now, but I also feel weird like using it for the first time now, where I feel like if I were to use it, I should have used it a long time ago. Where it just feels weird to me to like actually start using it 3 years in. And the same thing goes with like Twitter, where like there's points where I'm thinking like, should I tweet something? I feel like I could tweet something about this, but I'm also like, it feels weird to tweet now about this one specific thing when I haven't tweeted anything beforehand. But yeah, that's a thing. So yeah, we'll end it here. Again, may or may not be back tomorrow night, but again, for sure we'll be back Sunday. So yeah, see you guys then. Thank you guys for watching.